Hello, Pelico. You managed a chunky amount. I'm very impressed, Pelico. Hey, Twitchery! Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Mushoku Tensei. Sorry. Hello! We are here. You guys are having a wonderful day. We're back on the grind. I forgot last night when I looked out of this that, like, of course we were in an instance. So, we've had to go back to the start of the instance. But it's okay. We completed, like, one of the parts in here. Got the keys from the guardhouse. Now, I don't entirely remember what that means. But I think it unlocks doors somewhere around here. It's a big old zone. It's got a few different areas. Kike Cordero, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I have definitely not pronounced that correctly. Thank you for subbing on YouTube. I have GBF here on the side. I did my boxing tokens earlier, so I will be doing my GBF boxing today on the side. Ooh. The tenderizer is here. Wow, his aggro range is huge. I guess it is D4. Huge. And he's a paladin. That's a pet. That would explain things. Off to a flying start here. Made a lot of progress yesterday. Oh, we don't need this now, do we? We already took the thing out of it. So we are trying to get all the way through here. We're looking for the clawed knuckle ring from Najena, which means we have to go to the end of this place. Now I don't entirely remember the route to Najena. I think Najena's up in this. No, she's down here, right? She's like through some lava or something, and you have to get a number of keys to get into her room. It's been a long time. A long old time. We could go and kill the paladin in here again, I guess. There's much to gain by doing so. Pretty sure her drop is a... I mean, it's a paladin sword. We are a paladin. It's like a knight sword, right? We saw the other drop. Wasn't anything particularly special. We are getting absolutely blasted. I'm a great sandal, thank you. You're a great croc, Pie. You're welcome. You're so welcome. Oh, we need to rebuff as well. That's probably not helping. Do that after this. We live. Lost Crusader is oh, we're good. Getting molested by this female dwarf. Happens to the best of us. Stop resisting to guards. Thank you. Complete, it's wholly unnecessary. Thank you. Like, my shaman's whole kit. It's not at all. They have so much shit. Need to get a recovery, really, don't we? Hello, Sivo. EQL exception good. Like exceptionally good? I'm really enjoying it. Like really, really, really enjoying it. Oh, this is actually really quite good. Because it's already +4, right? Shit, maybe we should be maybe we should be doing this. Because this is already 0.526. Is the same or higher than the Baron's Blade. No stats on it. Well, there's a bit of stamina on it. Like right now the Baron's Blade is better. If we got another copy of this, I think this would be better. It's kind of similar. Kind of similar, I guess. We'd have to use it in our main hand as well. If we get another copy of it, we get another copy of it. I'm here. What? Goon is that what's Genocide streaming today? Need to rebuff. And now you get the joy of EverQuest Legends. What more could you possibly want? Wait, what's this? While reading Reddit, I noticed that Wizardry posts can have all of the comments unfunny, while all other posts have at least one cool, funny comment. Wizardry players tend to be very serious, yes. It's because they are like fucking mathematician nerds. And if you need any proof of that, have a look on the Wizardry Discord at the number of people fucking gooning out over maths. Like, Wizardry is probably one of the most nerdy video game series ever made. It has... it's for nerds. It's like by nerds, for nerds, you know? And not in a kind of like geeky way, in a like math nerd kind of way. Nice guys? Some of them. By nerds, for nerds, yeah. Buy 4 nerds at once. Don't waste your time going back for one at a time. Like, Limbus Reddit is not a good place, but like, oh, just for the record here. Like, Reddit's kind of shit. Like, Reddit communities are kind of shit. Limbus is fucking stupid as fuck. The people there are... I feel like they were probably all dropped on their head as children or have suffered some kind of trauma throughout their lives. Or are overwhelmed by crippling autism, I don't know. Guess you're a nerd. You were a nerd already, Bellicult, but yep. Being part of Wizardry community is accepting that you are a real, true blue nerd. There's nothing cool about Wizardry, you know? So this is actually lower level, this part. That's interesting. That is cannibalized, and that's not the right spell. Trying to learn hotkeys for all of our spells. Weird having so many spell gems. Now there is a pitfall trap in here. I remember that much. Where is the pit trap in here? Oh, it's probably marked on the map, isn't it? I think it's down here further. So annoying that these greys all aggro. Precious the lowest IQ in the game, which I think is fucking hilarious. Very fitting. So have they figured out the cracked way to farm relics yet? I'm gonna guess that there's an alternate method that is not farming the fucking demons, because that seems like it's super shit. Farm relics said it's not farming the red spawns. Yeah, I knew it. I knew people were fucking crying over nothing. Oh, we got the wrong slow memorized. So got waking sleep memorized. We need to guard insects. Secret method already. Hot damn. What a guy. I will be leaning on people when we get into Wizardry. To farm. I'll probably just farm two. I'll probably just farm the staff and the greatsword, unless there's some compelling reason to farm the others. That's why I'm not in a rush with it. That's why I'm doing the things in order of rushedness. Need recovery. Broom is for Magician Epic, I think, or like a Magician Focus or something like that. Broom EQ. Broom of Chilon. I think that's like part of the. Oh, yeah, you get them all over the place. It's one of the many parts of the Magician Epic. It's for the Earth pet. So we don't need this. Right, we've got two choices here. We can start going down into the dungeon. I feel like, I think Man, I'm trying to remember. Is Najena... I think Najena's up here, right? This is where Najena lives. In this little section. And you need a key to get through this door. But you need, like, this whole zone is tied together through key after key after key after key. I think there's a trap there. I think there's a pitfall there. I have a feeling. Like, I don't remember. It's been like literally 15 years. Well, there's magicians in here. This looks like it could be a really horrible room. Magician. Magician. That's a pet. Is there only 2 magicians in there? That might not be so bad. That actually isn't too bad. This is Mage Enchanter. This is Druid Mage. We have to kill that first. Need inversion. Oh, I need to change my slow. I think we get a new heal at 29. We get greater healing at 29, so that's going to help us out a lot. Yeah, so we need cigars. Let's get Tortoise's healing at next level. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Probably use that. That just slows it, like that snares us, doesn't slow us, unlike the other heals. The other torpors. Just movement rate slow. Okay, so there's nothing in this room. We must have to go down here. Okay, that is a trap. I think that might be... Oh, no, here's a trap. There were 2 traps. So now I think we have to get a key from here. This isn't high level or anything. We have to get a key from in here to get out of the cells. I couldn't remember which way we were meant to go up there either. I think maybe we had to drop down. Can't remember. Scribbled prisoner, isn't he? Hopefully we're not destroying any kind of faction that we need later for something. There are only 2 real quests that I really want to do. That's Soulfire and Reaper of the Dead. Reaper of the Dead uses dead faction, so that's a whole different thing. Soulfire uses like Nathaniel Marr Freeport faction, I think. So that's going to be a whole thing. I think Moosh drops the key. Scribbled Prisoner's Note. Sir? Thank you. Very kind of you. Oh, it's a tentacle terror. These things have ridiculous knockback. That's what happened there. They just blast you across the room. I forgot about that. I forgot they blasted you across the room. Man, what a throwback. Scribble prisoner's name. Actually don't know what this is for. Ah, it's a new item. If we're gonna stage a prison break, we'll need the guard captain's keys. Keep an eye out for the tenderizer. Wherever he goes, the guard captain won't be far. Ah, we already got the that's interesting. So they added a little piece of lore here to help direct you to where to go to get the keys. This place? We don't need this. They added the tenderizer. Tenderizer is a new mob. I think we have to kill things in these rooms to get the keys to get out, I seem to remember. There's also a name in there. Does that aggro us? Sure hope not. Whoa. That was a nasty burst. We are definitely going to have to lay on hands. I think I have to do it now for safety. Unfortunately, we can't see this mob to hit it right now, as it is behind a table, but we are rooted, so... This is very awkward. Okay, we got it. That magician burst at this level is so crazy, man. We got sniped by that a couple of times yesterday when we were doing Bottom of the Fallen. We might be dead here. Shocker swords are just so fucking broken. It's so savage at this level. We live this, we have to fade. This doesn't really get better for us. Maybe I should have popped straight back up to get after our mend popped. We're gonna have to hop out of the room. Oh. Okay, we're alright. Not great. Hopefully we can stand. Oh, we can't for a second. The pet slaggered onto us. Heck. Leave me alone. It's okay. Doesn't matter. Should be in recovery. That's a little sketchy. We can go inversion. Should be able to get back in. Research straight away. Ow! Why do mage nukes hit so hard at this level? Like, what the hell, man? Like, mages hit harder than wizards do. Criminal. Get recovery. This guy's just a rogue berserker. He's not doing shit. So this is a primary secondary. This doesn't do anything. We can sell that. This is a throwing knife. This is just a throwing knife. Thank you so much for him. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate the sub. Thank you, man. 15 months is quite a while. Did we farm Wiz already? Nah, I haven't farmed Wiz yet. Haven't finished the story yet. Ah, you'll get there. There's no rush. It's up for 40 days. I think we're going for Slay Undead 3. We need 9 ability points for that. Because our big focus farm after this is going to be lower Gook. The farm long, apparently, yeah. I don't know enough about it. I'm sorry. This guy's even level to us. Just one mob here. There's a Shaman Necro. I think we beat down the Mist Elemental because it's lower level. Needs to be inversion. Try and get a slow onto Wrathel. There's a Shaman, which doesn't heal too much generally. I think we can go recovery. They even added an emote to this. Moosh returns, resumes his patrol. It's keyring jangling noisily at his side to help people out who get stuck in the pit down here and don't know what to do. That's a mage. Fuck. Oh my god, mages have quickly become the most terrifying thing. They just do so much damage at this level. Shock of Spikes hits unbelievably hard. Crimson Cloak. I think that is worse than what we're wearing. Kind of surprised your PC didn't explode. It'll be alright. Actually, yeah, PC's made of stronger stuff. So. Like, why do mages nuke for more damage than wizards do? It doesn't make any sense. Must just be like a specific level thing. I think we've got the keys we need to get out of here now. That is a mage. Mages all the way down. So a lot of these characters in here are just mages. The magicians are all mages. Which is not really great. Oh, it looks like that one's a healer as well. Oh, it's just a ranger. It's just ranger heals. Should be able to out-damage ranger heals, hopefully. We're gonna have to lay on hands. Fucking shock of spikes. Heavens above. That is a torch. Yeah, healable. Yeah, just blast things harder. Blast things harder than you don't need to heal. We need 3 for Slay Undead 3, right? 9, sorry, for Slay Undead 3. Yeah. Oh, that's really useful. You get a Divine Bash. It's kind of better than a bash. It's 2 seconds stun on 30-second cooldown. Pretty sweet. Very expensive. I don't think improved bash does much for us because we're always going to be wanting to use flying kick. Flying kick's on the same cooldown. You did it. Congratulations, Shaman. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations, man. Killing this guy again. What's the chance that he actually has any other drops? Wrathel, Iki. Oh, he has Traveler's Pack. What about the other guy? Ekaros. Don't think we have much to gain staying in here. What's going on in here? Oh, they're all... Oops, all skeletons. Are we dead? There's definitely a possibility that we're dead. How many of these are healers? These are not high level, but there are a fucking lot of them. I don't think any of them are healers. We might get away with this. That's gloves. This is actually better than what we're wearing. Easy 4 AC bonus. We got pretty lucky here that I think the only healers are Ranger out of all of these skeletons. Yeah, it looks like we got away with it. That was sketchy. And I think we got kind of lucky. That was a fiendish room. Is there anything else in here? I don't think so, right? Nope. Just a trap room. Can't Discord's already getting one shot. Yeah, I can imagine. You probably have to run from them eventually, right? You have to, like, get the hell away. Yeah, there was only a shaman in here. That's really lucky. Is there ever an end to this quest? Yeah. Why'd you ask, Nick? Okay. Wonder if they've changed the barbed to tentacle whips. We can probably open this, can't we? We have all the keys. Got. I see. Ironically, like the largest part of Everquest gameplay is not questing. And sometimes it got lovingly referred to as never quest. That ain't a moosh. Frick. This is a slope upwards, right? So that's a little shrink. A little bit tall in here. Looking at Daphne, being perfectly optimized. I just used a Crystal of Hope for Tenzin. I didn't even pick it up. Nice. Almost certainly. Do you have to do anything with Najena's portrait? This is the boss of this place, Najena. Fine young lady. That room has so many mobs in. Jesus. That is a spooky room. We're gonna have to lull in there, I guess. This is 3 mobs all with pets, by the looks of things. Oh, I think this room is the J Boots room. I think this is where the mob with J Boots. Yeah, Drelsner, that's it. We have to lull the pets too. Oh, she sees me. She's not happy. Long aggro range on D4, especially in this place, it seems. He's a Shadow Knight Necro. She already harm touched me. That's most of the Shadow Knight kit. Good stuff. Well, we never need to go in there again. Son of the Blood Claw. Ooh, that's a useful proc. Blood Claw is like a decent proc, I think. At this level, at least. So J Boots. Oh, whoops, that's not the right button. We can just whack in. Oh, we need to attune them first. We can just whack them in our storage. Stuff. I guess we can put them over here. So these can be our spam buffs. Sometimes in this game there are dispellers. And if there are dispellers, you want to have 2 spammable buffs that you can put at the top of your buff list before you put on all of your good buffs. They're just like filler buffs that you can reapply to yourself instantly when you get dispelled. I don't know how important that is in this game, in this version of the game, but I remember doing that a lot in Everquest, especially on PvP. So this is... Oh no, this is the Sword of the Lost. I'm stupid. This is... it's a dot. 20 damage and 15 damage for 2 ticks. So it's 50 damage total. Shaman usable, so we can put that in our weapon. We can take this out and whack this in our Baron's Blade. Now our Baron's Blade has the Celado proc. We can get rid of this. So we never have to go back there. We got our jaboots. Jaboots. I am very scared of this room. Right, okay. So this is a bunch of skelly bones. Like the other room. These are all just skeletons. It does seem like they are just skeletons. We probably don't go in here unless we want to fight like 7 skeletons. The Blood Artist. Oh, she doesn't even... Oh, these are skeletons. Let's pull her out. Time to die, JJWF. Don't take guards insects me. I need you to come out of the door frame, love. Thank you. I'm not in the market for fighting you in the door frame. I don't know why. I don't know why you would want me to be online. I'm just sitting here playing a fucking 27-year-old game that nobody gives a shit about. So absorbed in it that I can barely read chat. The Artist's Brush. It's got reagent conservation. It's range usable, but we can't use it. We don't really need reagent conservation. I think we can probably ditch that. I think we might have all the keys we need from this area. Ah, the community chat. I got you. I got you. I don't think there's anything else down here. I think everything that's left is in this final section, the cave section. The caves! The caves! We're just clearing back outside. We're going up into this section. There are caves, there are goblins, I think? Yeah, goblins up here. Oh, these are yellow. I have to double check what level Najena is. What are the noblemen? Ah, this is the nobleman's blade. I think nobleman's like one of the other nobleman's pieces. I think this is for Ghoulbane, isn't it? Who are the noblemen? Nobleman. Sword of Nobility. I think this is Ghoulbane. Yeah, this is Ghoulbane. Okay. I don't think we need to get Ghoulbane to get Soulfire, right? I think Soulfire is a totally different weapon. Zimmel's Blade, Soulfire is the quest. Yeah, we don't need to get Ghoulbane to get thingy. So we can, I don't think we need it. I guess we can take it. We can take it and store it. Just in case we ever want to do Ghoulbane. I don't think we do though. You're an AI, Narcos. Are you? Oh wait. There's a Lost Crusader down here as well. There's more than one Lost Crusader. It's interesting. What element is the Shadow Lord weak to in Daphne? Probably light, if anything. I'd assume. Missed so many times. Need to rebuff too. Yes, I'm guessing the sword is a rare drop from the Lost Crusaders. But if there are multiple spawn points for them, might be a good idea to farm the sword. Maybe we could main hand that sword. Got a few copies of them. We might have to loiter around here for a bit, just getting some XP. I think Najena might be too high for us. Hey, Lars! How are you today? Desperately need to rebuff. Shamans seem to spam regeneration quite a lot, which doesn't really do anything. Like a buff. Waiting in Western Common Lands for a Griffin or Giants, you get a Lambent. Oh, you're farming Lambent armor. That's kind of cool. What's this camp down here? There's goblins there and goblins there. Part of the reason why I really want to get Najena is because Najena's Clawed Knuckle Ring is extended enhancement. Going to be ultra useful. Hello, Chili. There's what? 2 goblins and 2 ogre guards in here? Is that right? I don't think we need to go in there. Just gonna let that path over to me. I don't know where I'm running here. Might be running into a load of mobs. Oh hey Minotaur. What's up? Ah, this is a cleric. Only secondary. It is still a cleric. A level 30 cleric at that. It's always +4. Minimum +4, Lars. Almost always +4, like, very rarely it goes higher. But it does happen. Come on, honey pie. Can't have you doing that. Slowly just starting to wear off. Probably not worth reapplying though. Okay. That's a deep red mob up here. What is that? Oh, that's Najena. What level is Najena? Shit. We're gonna have to farm here for a while. We might be able to take her, but she is in a room with 2 mages, I think. Yeah, 2 deep yellow mages. We can like feign her. We can try and feign her out. It'll be a bit tough because it's 3 casters. Split her out. We're not going to be able to lull her because of the door, probably. Is there anything down here? Goblin warrior. Goblin warrior. Goblin warrior. These are pets, right? Nothing down there. And Black Widow, there's a spider up there. This is a huge camp of goblins. I think we want anything to do with that. Spider there. That is the Widow Mistress. She is red. So we should be able to fight these. They're just solo pools. Gonna be tough mobs, but they're just solo. You're gonna be quite resistant to poison. Oh, never mind. They're poisoned, I guess. How are we getting hand-to-hand skill? What a punch. He tried to strike, he tried to strike. He tried to pierce. He tried to punch. I don't know where the punches are coming from. A monk rogue. This should be fine. Oh my dear god, that is a huge aggro range. B4 does not fuck around. Enjoy your ramen now, guys. He shaped it into a little pie. Cool. An awkward little pie. Spider Silk Gap. That would be great, but unfortunately we do not have one of those classes in our kit. Right. There's not much else in here. It's just a bunch of goblin camps that we don't want to run into. We can go try this Najena fool. It's a rough pull though. We're gonna have to like pull them out and try and split them, I guess. Little showcase of what we have upcoming. Many Froglot ghouls. Down in the depths of Lower Gook. Gook. I think we're probably invisible here. Their aggro range is going to be insane as well. Okay. Thing is, we're gonna have to lull their pets as well. Man, it's so awkward. Okay, it's not that bad. There she is. She's level 35. Fucking hell, man. She is a mage beast lord. Like, she is gonna hit like a train just because she's a mage. But she doesn't have like a healer class or anything, so she might be doable. I am a little concerned she is gonna path through these guys. No slow. She doesn't have a huge amount of HP. She is gonna fucking kill us though. Oh man! She just killed us in 3 neeks. Damn. What an absolute fucking beast. Yeah, level 35. No joke. So we can split that room. We were doing okay damage to her as well. But yeah, she blew us the fuck up. Fuck me, man. Doing like 600 damage a nuke. Ugh. What a beast. Right, we're gonna have to level in here, I think. And that's kind of okay. I think we farm... I guess we kill like Tenderizer. Tenderizer Elemental, maybe? Elemental, Tenderizer, Lost Crusaders. I wonder what the Widow Mistress drops. What's that other drop? Drops, oh, does she drop Stilettos of the Bloodclaw as well? Maybe they added new stuff for her. We know about the relic weapons. I don't know a whole lot at the moment still, Narcos, I'm afraid. I just know they get good. Unlike myself. This is lore, right? Yeah. Yeah, it seems like there are a lot of stones dropping from the ore, penguins. Oh, from loot drops as well. Get out of here, elemental. Dickweed. Ow. There were some Shadow Knights there. We got somewhat Shadow Knighted. Oh. Wait. Why is that Shadow Knight Road only? Oh, because it's got the Golden Metal Wand in. Ah. The Golden Metal Wand and the Stiletto together, making it so that Shadow Knight Road only. Wait. Doesn't this have Shaman on it? Oh, no. Okay, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm just stupid. Okay. I thought the Stiletto with the Blood Claw had Shaman on it. Whoops. Hey, at least we got our hand-to-hand up. Elemental Rigor. It's some type of elemental damage bonus. I can't remember exactly what. You'll have to look it up on the wiki. It's on Murcielago. But I can't remember exactly what it does. Wind Rigor. Bonus Serisha skills, thanks. Maxing out our golden earring. Ow! Thank you, Waterbutt. How are you? Lovely. Is it +5? $22.40. Which is better than the Baron's Blade. But we do have to main hand it. Has slightly worse stats. That's pretty reasonable. Especially considering we're probably going to get more if we're sat farming here. We're probably going to want to use invisibility to traverse here. We don't have any divination. So... oh. We were just going to fizzle a million times. are skeletons down here, so they will see through this. Love getting shocked of spikes. Okay, keep waking up at 4 AM and then falling asleep again at 10 AM. That sounds not the best. Being retired and lazy. Hey, whatever works. As long as you're happy. Uh, 28. We get something or other. Snail's healing, right? 28. We get Raging Strength. Tortoise's healing. Raging Strength, Tortoise's healing. So let's go to our buffs. Statistic buffs. Strength. Raging Strength. And then Tortoise's healing. This should help quite a bit, I think. This snares us when we use it, but it also heals for quite a lot. $122 healing a tick, yeah. Very efficient compared to anything else that we're doing. Actually, like, our regular heals heal for 200 and something, right? 197. Yeah, so I guess it's like 4 ticks of that. It's alright. I'm not the biggest fan of these shaman duration heals. They're no torpor, not back in the day. We seem to have so many healing bonuses and things. Makes these heals way more efficient. I'm pretty sure back in the day healing used to do like 80 hit points. That does 175. 0.55, right? 0.533. That is a point higher. If we can source a couple more of those swords. Good. Damn, the aggro range is so huge. I hadn't expected that to respawn yet. Beneficial invisibility. Ah, now we're fizzling. Ah, yes, skeletons. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth trying to farm the Widow Mistress. Probably not, to be honest. We just go back and forth between the Crusaders and the Tenderizer. That might be the best for us. That layer, let's do that. Oh. We can get the Crusader Sword to like +6. Maybe even +7. We'll probably be able to keep using it. It's only really a minor upgrade from the Baron's Blade. But it is an upgrade, all the same. There's something to do here. Probably want to get to what, like 30? 29 at least, I think, before we can try and take Najena. We need greater heal. Greater healing and listless power, which is the in-cap update upgrade. $30 doesn't really get, like, 30 gets us like Fury, 30 gets us some stuff. Not like crazy. I don't think we get anything particularly crazy until Curse. Curse at 34. Curse is really good. This is really, really strong. Most of the really good shaman stuff is late game. Yeah, gotta do it D4. Gotta do it D4, Lars. Come on, man. Tenderizer drops like a mini haste belt. But I haven't seen one yet. Ah, there it is. 14% at D4. Not bad. Certainly much better than this. Build Frenzy calls 17 times, damn. I'll be down there for a while. I imagine I'll have a similar experience. After we're done in Najena, we're going straight to Lower Gurk, and we're probably going to stay there for a long little while. No, that's the wrong spell. It's kind of nice that there are two of these Crusaders. What else can we do? Oh wait, no, we did this first, didn't we? This will be back up. Nice. Plus 6 now. Doesn't seem like it's super rare. Might even be like a coin flip drop. 5.76. Decent ratio. Might be able to take it to plus 7. Not an impossible task. With how long we probably may have to stay here. You get might just farm this guy as well. Yeah, I think we're high enough that the skeletons don't super aggro if we don't run across the bone piles. Ah, the fist. This is 8-12. This is a one-handed blunt. Sorry, a hand-to-hand, which is nice, but because obviously we have higher caps as a monk for one-handed blunt and hand-to-hand. But unfortunately, its ratio is nowhere near. Need a lot of them. Any second now, invisibility. Any second now, mate. That's not back up yet. Damn. What else can we kill? Most of the other rooms are like full of things. Bit too long. Or maybe this is fine. Kill this in the ogre guard, and then she'll probably be back up. Definitely want to get Slay Undead 3 next for our reversal into Guck. My deeds are anything but tepid. How could you? We'll lay on hands here just for efficiency. I don't think we need it at the moment. I don't think we're going to get into any particularly sticky situations from this farm. Nice. Big 15% haste. What more could you want? 21 is greedy. 15 is, you know, that's a manly amount of haste. I don't know which tank class for my trio. Warrior seems to offer little unless I'm missing something. I'm torn between Paladin and SK. Any advice? So Warrior has the highest AC soft cap. Warrior has a lot of AoE damage. It has Cleave and later Rampage as well. It's actually really quite good. Warrior also has natural triple attack, natural dual wield. It has block. It has like basically higher everything skills than Paladin and SK. In terms of Paladin and Shadow Knight, Paladin has a lot more healing. It has a lot more defenses. Shadow Knight, I don't know, man. I'm not really that big on Shadow Knight here. I think it's more offensive, but it's like not that much more offensive, and if anything, I think Shadow Knight, it feels like it's the weakest of the three. Like, Paladin is bringing so much to the table. Paladin brings buffs. Paladin brings huge healing. Paladin brings lay on hands. Like, it brings its own healing. So much healing that it can actually sustain itself without a healer. Shadow Knight, like, at higher levels, it's harm touch leeches now, which is nice. But it's still no lay on hands, and like the damage that you deal with harm touch is kind of piddling on bosses. So I don't know. I'm not a big SK guy here. I played Shadow Knight for many years on live. It was my main character back in the day. But I never really looked at Paladin. But here I feel like Paladin is just incredible. And I think Warrior actually brings a lot more to the table than Shadow Knight does. Maybe the best thing that Shadow Knight brings is you can feign death with it. That's probably what really sets it apart from the other two. You can feign death without being a monk or an necro. Warrior is like by far the most offensive of the three. Like, it does way more damage. You can, like, a warrior is practically a damage dealer by itself because it has triple attack, it has dual wield. It really hits hard, and it has like natural crits and stuff as well. It also has a number of AAs. It has a really good AA that is like you regen 1% of your health every tick. So that scales massively with your hit point pool, which of course gets massive. When you have like 5,000 hit points, that means you're regenerating 50 points a tick. Like, that's actually fucking insane, right? That is a lot of item value. Pretty insane. Necro Monk Paladin, yeah. I've seen that a few times. Like, Paladin can definitely sustain itself by itself. At high levels. It has its own little celestial healing thing that it does. It has like a decent level heal, and it has lay on hands. And Lay on Hands doesn't... So a little while ago, from what I understand, Lay on Hands used to be like a proc. The smite that resets Lay on Hands used to be a proc, but it's not anymore. It's on a cooldown now to stop abuse, I think. But it's still really good. Like, you get your Lay on Hands back up every, I don't know, 5-6 minutes. Not to be confused with 6-7 minutes. That's something quite different. I really like Necro. I think Necro provides a massive amount of utility, and it's just, I mean, Necro is such a powerful solo class as it is. You start tacking classes onto Necro, and it becomes kind of ridiculous. I wanted to play out the, like, Super Beast Lord fantasy, though not the Super Necro fantasy. Ironically, of course, the Super Beast Lord fantasy doesn't involve actually having a Beast Lord in your kit right now. Unfortunately, it seems that the Shaman pet isn't really that far behind the Beast Lord pet. Really sad. You're a Dark Elf. So I wanted a pet class with my Monk. Third class is up in the air, so I saw Paladin. Yeah, that makes sense. Paladin is just great. Paladin's really good. But yeah, Warrior is definitely the most offensive of the three. Another sword. This really is quite a small upgrade from Baron's Blade, but I mean, it's an upgrade. An upgrade's an upgrade. Since we need XP anyway. That's a lot of... That's an unnecessary amount of spell effects, thank you. Talk between Warrior, Shaman, Necro, or Monk, Berserker, Shaman. Seems like good combos. I'm not a big fan of Monk, Berserker, Shaman, but I can see why you do it. I just never really liked Berserker very much. I think the best thing that Berserker really brings to a kit is probably... Like, the Berserker stance is okay, but I wouldn't say it's anything, like, crazy. I think the best thing that it brings is very high scaling... the Blood Shield. I think Blood Shield is really good mitigation when you are stacked out, when you are like super powerful. But before you get super powerful, it feels quite underwhelming. Yeah, indeed. Like I never really liked Berserker. It's never really been my thing, so I'm kind of biased, I guess. Warrior, Shaman, Necro is just extremely good. You can... From what I understand, you can do everything with Warrior, Shaman, Necro. I feel like Shaman might be the best class in the entire thing. I feel like Shaman does so much. It's not great. It's not super great when you're leveling, but at high end, it seems like really crazy. Because you have a pet that's very competent, and you can Puma yourself and your pet for massive amounts of damage. It has like massive amounts of passive damage. It has big dots for massive amounts of passive damage. It has the biggest slow in the game. It has a self-haste. It has massive stat buffs that are, like, nothing can really compare to. It has Cannibalize, which is a massive amount of effective mana per 5, so you have no mana issues. It's just really, really strong. When I first started looking at stuff for this game, because I never played the beta, I only went off of what I saw people say. Oh shit, we were going to go back and do the elemental as well, right? My immediate thought was like Cleric, because Cleric has the instant heal that's ultra efficient, but like you just don't need that amount of healing. Feels like it's a completely superfluous amount of healing. Monk Bard, I like that a lot more. My only issue with that is Shaman is very spell gem hungry, and Bard is also very spell gem hungry. You're gonna really, really struggle. Like, Shaman has so many spells that it wants on its Bard. You can see here, like I have what, like 10 or 11 spells here. many are we on? 10, 11. And like I still can't fit everything that I want onto my bar. Meanwhile, bards are using up probably 8 of their spell gems into their melody and their AA melody thing. So you just don't have any room. I think, So you specifically don't want to do a tank. Is that what I'm hearing from you? Full hold? Because you could do either knight in that combo and it would be excellent. Because even though Shadow Knight is, I don't think Shadow Knight is as good generally as Paladin. It's still perfectly good. You know, like you can still probably clear everything in the game with it from what I've seen. Attack? Did I say attack? I'm not sure what I meant by attack because I can't remember when I said attack. Sorry. Oh, a tank. Tank. T-A-N-K. Tank. A tank. Do you specifically not want to use a tank? Like, warrior, paladin, shadow knight. Like, in monk shaman, the best thing that you can add to that is probably a knight. It's probably a knight class, either shadow knight or paladin. You could absolutely do it probably without. Like monk can kind of be tanky as well, sort of. But it feels much better to combine it with a knight. I wouldn't do warrior with monk purely because like the reason to do warrior is if you've got things that don't have natural triple attack and don't have natural dual wield or something like that. So like you could do like warrior berserker shaman or warrior bard. Like warrior bard shaman is incredible. Warrior bard cleric is also incredible. They're like really, really insane from what I have seen. Monk is there to give you way more damage in your build, and obviously feint death as well. It's really nice, and a bit of healing. It's just a big all-round class. I'm sure it'd be fine to run monk warrior. It's not like it's bad. It's just that, you know, you're looking for. It sounds like you're looking for like what is best, right? I think monk complements the knights much better than it complements warrior, because warrior already has a lot of the stuff that monk is adding to your kit. People have shown though you can do D4 with like pretty much anything if you know what you're doing. Yeah, people have played the shit out of the beta. I had access to it, but I never touched it. I wanted to play the finished product, so to speak. I haven't been a blast so far. Yeah, like the EQ circuit is something pretty special. There are real EQ lifers who have been playing for 27 years and like literally have never not played or have only briefly not played. I've always come back to it and play all the TLPs and... Oh, I loved Everquest back in the day, but I'm not that, unfortunately. They have that kind of level of insight or info. Need to rebuff in a second. I want to kill the Tenderizer's pet. They're all... Poor thing. Doesn't have that coming. But I've seen people do tankless builds, and they do work as well. They usually have Necromancer in them. Like, Necromancer's really good. Necromancer's like really versatile. I've seen a lot of Monk Necro from people who know what they're doing. Monk Necro X. This isn't even that bad experience. Surely just use our lay on hands for tempo again. Not even really 100% sure I'm killing this guy. We already got the earring to +6. Get quite a lot of them to get to +7. Maybe we will be here for a little while though, I don't know. If we want to go to 30, I guess we will be here for a little while. Probably want to be 30 to go to Guck anyway. Still fizzling in fizz. And fizzleability. If only we're actually as easy to level that as as that on real servers. Hey Quantum, how you sexy? Did we clear that skeleton? Nah. I was wondering if we somehow jumped out of its range, like on the server tick or something. I don't think that's possible. It's unlocked Gunbreaker. Cool. Congrats. What's this earring give again? It's like mana and shit, isn't it? Let's give decent AC. not really that different to oh god, what's it called? Ivander's hoop. No strength on it, but other than that, kind of similar. Whoa, that is a sizable amount of damage. Are we... Oh, yeah, it's a mage. Should have known. It's always a mage. I never knew that mages were such terrors at these levels. Like, it's crazy how much scarier like mages than pretty much everything else in terms of damage output. Including Wizard as well. Oh, that's what really blew me up. Like, blew me away. Unique's so much harder than Wizard does. Yeah, Wizards, I'm sure it's just a level thing. Like, I know Wizards are going to get to, like, they won't get to Ice Comet level. Maybe, I don't know, actually. Do Wizards get Ice Comet early here? Because I swear it's around then that they start really popping off, where they're doing, like, unbelievable amounts of damage. Like, thousands of damage in a nuke. Instant root for 1 minute. Lovely. What is a D4 Najena? So on this version of the game, there are different difficulty levels. D4 is the maximum difficulty. Najena is a dungeon. It's also the name of the boss of the dungeon. She's a narcissist. We need to rebuff after this. How are you, Sean? Hope you're not too traumatized over yesterday. Waiting for the slow subway. I see. Hey, Kaikiri. Wait, who's that? I don't think Genocide's here, mate. Chili and share. Incredible DO stream. Making very slow work on these the boxing currency. But we are getting there. Chili with the cheese. My cat's name is Chili. That's what Kaikiri is talking about. Slug's healing feels janky. I really don't like it. Slug's healing line. Doesn't heal for anything initially. It's slow. And it has a negative effect. Just doesn't feel very good. How efficient is it? 155. It is efficient. Yeah, it just doesn't feel that great. Shaman's not here for healing anyway. It's not his job. I mean, it kind of is run out. Sort of. Honestly, I think the Paladin gets heals at the same levels as Shaman does. Oh, whoops. Hello? Controls? Okay, third time lucky. Oh, engulfing darkness eats regen. Dots eat regen here. Makes it kind of barely worth casting. Oh no. It's terrible, Oz. Is it, which zone is it? High Keep? I have 2 very awkward quests that I would like to do on this. Oh, Temple of Soul Road. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I have 2 very awkward quests to do. I want to do Reaper of the Dead and I want to do Soulfire. They both require factioning and awkward shit. Yeah, I know the zone. Yeah, I did the necklace quest. Yeah, I already done it. And the fishing spear quest. Oh, we were already in recovery. It's a grey necklace. Oh. Hi. Didn't see you there. Clerics. Who would do that to themselves? God. Man's trying to poison a skeleton. What a fool I must be. Invisibility's still fizzling. I guess it is a very recent spell for us. I don't know how reliable invisibility is here. I haven't seen it like wavering yet. What are we looking at, Kakari? Ah, the pixels. Which ones? These? Is that what you need in your life? Understandable. Mountain peaks. So true, brother. So true. Oh fuck, I said the pet. Idiot. Get slowed, pet. There's a mage there. I can tell from the large chunks of life that I'm losing. Rely on hands for efficiency. It seems like it's going to be a slugfest. Oh, no, elemental. Wrong way. That earring isn't going to farm itself. The very mid earring. If you run out of space, does loot automatically go to storage if you have auto loot set? I have no idea. Sorry, Kel. I've never been in that situation. It's flame +7. It's not great, but yeah. If you find out, please do let me know. Let's kill this first, and then we'll look at spells. We get greater healing at 29. I think that's the main thing. We might get a buff as well. Listless power. Get a new in cap. Oh, spells. Detrimental, disempowering, listless power. As I remember, is a big step up from the previous. And more importantly, heals greater healing. I don't know how much I'm going to use tortoises, honestly. Wow, it's so efficient. Like this, I hate this spell. I hate these spells so much. They're not for me. Torpor is a timeless classic. These spells are not Torpor. This should be a chunky heal. Oh, that's much nicer, yeah. I think I at least want to get the Crusader Blade to 7. stay here until that. Then we'll try Najena again. That room is rough to break. We did manage to break it. We did manage to lull our way through it, but Najena then triple nuked us and killed us. His mages. Need one more of these tool belts to make this +6. Guess we're trying to take this to +8. That's a lot of earrings. It's not a great earring. But hey. My dad said I gotta watch this for an hour before I can play Fortnite today. Okay. Thanks, Milk Crate's dad, I guess. I have a very kind voice. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. You have a very kind typing pattern. Me? Mean to chat? What? What are these allegations? I've never been mean to chat in my life. Bunch of fucks. Have a kind face, thank you. Again, very nice of you. I'm not mean to chat, Brett, so I'm just mean to you, mate. How are you, dude? How do you win this game? You don't. You win this game by closing it and uninstalling it and forgetting about it and never thinking about it ever again in your life. But it's very hard to do that. Isn't that most games? Yeah, certainly most of the ones that I play, Jakari. The swords were dropping really well earlier, but they are not anymore. Maybe I got lucky. You win this game by just getting stronger, basically. Really. You get stronger, and hopefully eventually you can take on some really, really scary big things. Like dragons. I'm not at the dragon level yet. Maybe like the lizard. Small lizard level. Bit above oversized skeletons. Yeah, a little way above. Not that far though. I remember there was one skeleton, there was one dragon model that actually kind of gave me nightmares in this game. Is Landakar in Sebelis. Like, that dragon looked just so strange. It was it had like its bones ripping through its flesh because it was like a zombie dragon, and its eyes were like this really horrible, like horrible glowing, and when it hunted you down, it would like its animation looked like it was like clawing down these tight corridors, like coming for you like something out of a horror movie. I remember being spooked out by that. Yeah, it was cool. It was really cool. That thing has like some of the most aura in the Kunark expansion, the first expansion to this game. But obviously, if you saw him nowadays, you'd probably just think he was goofy. It's understandable. I think Flaming Fist. So this is 0.5. I guess if it keeps getting damage, then eventually it will outscale and actually be worth using. Don't know if we'll be here for long enough for it though. There's one more to go to +6. If it goes to 10, 18 at +6, then it's actually kind of good. I didn't stick with EQ Online Adventures to the end game, so I'm not sure what rate it had or not on it. Yeah, I don't know I don't really know that much about EQ Online Adventures. I played it a little bit, but never really clicked with me like EQ did. Remember having functionally unkillable spawns. What? As in, like, you could not kill the spawns, as in they were, like, bugged. Sounds like Wizardry, mate. Oh, I see. They were like just crazy high level. Wow, that's interesting. So like they weren't intended to be killed, or you had to kill them with like a majillion players. Man, I wanna play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 again. Too many things I want to do. Too many things I want to play. That's damage. Hello? Oh, it's a mage. Should have guessed. We take this nuke and then we heal. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. We're in the danger zone here. Not sure about this. Aren't mages. You probably just lay on hands. Oh, that's feign death. That's not lay on hands. Tried to kill it with a bunch of players. Necron's healing tanks with the sacrifice HP to heal and stuff, but couldn't be done. So it was like not intended to be killed. Weird, strange design. Then again, there was a thing like that in Everquest called Keraphim, the Sleeper. There was an entire tomb for the Sleeper. This is one of the coolest things in Everquest. This dragon, this like prismatic dragon that was locked away. It was the child of the two great dragons, I think Vox and Nagafen, who we will see a little bit later. They are two of the raid bosses we'll kill. And it was locked away in this ice palace, with warders that kept it from being roused. And as in true Everquest fashion, just to ram home that you're not the good guys in Everquest at all. Like, you're just loot-hungry murder hobos. It was a raid, a sort of really, really high-end raid, Sleeper's Tomb. And if you went in there, you could kill 3 of the warders, just absolutely fine, and nothing bad would happen. But if you killed the 4th warder without the others respawning, it would wake the Sleeper. It would wake Keraphim. And its shackles would unbind, and you would have this unkillable dragon who would wake up. He would murder the entirety of your raid. Then he would make his way out of the instance, and he would rampage all across the continent. He would traverse the seas, and he would go over to the Kunark, which is another continent, to a place called Vishan's Peak, where he would go and kill... The name escapes me. He would go and kill someone. And he would go and kill another dragon, basically, as a vendetta. I can't remember enough of the lore, but like once the Sleeper had been awoken, that was it. The warders did not respawn. All of their loot could never be gotten again in the Sleeper's Tomb, and the Sleeper would be woken on that server forever. So you had this like politics on every server about waking the Sleeper after the first one was woken. And eventually every server woke the Sleeper. Some because guilds agreed, some because guilds were greedy, some because guilds wanted to deny the other guilds loot. It was a very, very cool thing that couldn't really be done in modern day MMOs. I've only seen videos of the Sleeper awakening, sadly. I wasn't there when we awoke the Sleeper on my server. It's more that we're small. I'm just shrunk down. I'm teeny. I just wasn't there for the raid, and they didn't really intend to wake it. It's because we were on PvP server, and things just happened. We were scumbags also. Hi, Dark Chaos. Oh, I just realised. I think this got 2 damage on its last level. Hey, Faison! We have to get so many of these to try to upgrade this again. This really, really mid, awful item. Not a priority. I love seeing Warrior Rogue and Warrior Berserker. Warrior Bard. Means they don't do anything. We'll rebuff after her. I'm looking fly now. I have the Lambert chest and arms, and some random silvery legs. You probably are, yeah. You're looking real 1999, mate. Do a roll, okay. Oh no. Doesn't go to this window. Is that it? Ah, there we go. We rolled 32. It's so long since I tried to roll in Everquest, I couldn't remember the command. The classic ugly plate helm, yeah, of course. I think we can get Slay Undead. Yeah, we can get the next Slay Undead. Last Slay Undead. It's a weird one to get. In terms of, like, overall usefulness. But where it's good, it's so good. Hey, 1063. Sure is, brother. Hi, Edie. Edie's here. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Edie got me Taco Bell. Oh, oh. Taco Bell. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Breadstick says hi, Edie. Edie says hi, hi, Breadstick. He has fallen over. He's been indecent. You gonna... Breadstick said, oh, you gonna shit so hard later. Not you, me. Apparently. I guess the Taco Bell. I don't know particularly. I think it's like Taco Bell food is meant to flush you out or something. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe in America, we probably use like actual ingredients here, you know? Yeah, it will be low quality, but it'll still be high quality compared to America, won't it? Oh, tenderizer. They're always looking after me. It cleans your stomach, says Breadstick. It has a rep in America, says Dark Chaos. It does, yeah. Yeah, just, you know. Yeah. Just probably low quality food. Maybe. Probably not actual food poisoning, no. There is a meme with that, but there has been an issue in America with Taco Bell. I believe it was the lettuce, says Drakari. It's always the lettuce, says Easy. Well, you don't get salad on the kebab, apparently. Although, oh, kebabs. No, you're good, you're good. I thought this guy was hitting me. But no, you should chill. Alright. See you later. Thank you for the Taco Bell. I probably won't, it'll probably be alright. EO has stricter regulation on ingredients. It's probably not gonna yeah, that's what I was saying, Breadstick. The UK even by like I mean like we're not in the EU, right? But the UK has a lot stricter regulations than America. And EU actually has way stricter regulations than us. Especially some parts. Yeah, food calories indeed. Icing on cakes. Yeah, they have all sorts of food calories that they can use which are completely illegal here. Baja Blast. Oh, did you get one from Taco Bell? No. Yeah, Baja Blast is Mountain Dew stuff. Yeah. Oh, it's yeah, it's like absolute like mind blower. Yeah, just a huge amount of caffeine in it. Cappy Store says there's some illegal food coloring right here, and he puts an emote of him playing with his penis. Edie says she's leaving. I hope you're proud of yourself, Cappy Store. Sure I am. Oh, we got the guard as well. Shit the bed. I think we purged all the Jorkin emotes. I got fucked off with them. I have rages at emotes regularly, semi-regularly. We have floppy. Yeah, we have floppy and floppy wave. We have Gura spray. Unfortunately, the fist did not gain a damage at 6, which kind of makes it shit. Because that means that even if at 7 it gets a damage. I mean, I guess at 7 it's... I guess at 7 it's it is a fist weapon. I doubt we'll get that to 7 though. I just... this emote, like, it makes me laugh. Because it's just so stupid. Dr. Disrespect's a fucking moron. But the Jorkin emotes, like, people... I don't know, there's something a bit weird about people using those emotes, like... Because they ended up getting used, like, when there were girls on screen and stuff. I don't know, man, it's just a bit fucked up. I don't need that in my life. Oh, nice. I hate fun, pretty much. That's what it boils down to. The card just chills out. He's just like, yeah. What's up, boys? Oh, shit. We're not actually using the right heal. I wonder why our healing was struggling to keep up. Oh no, you got guards all over the place. Doing whatever they want. Corrupt police force, as per usual. Tools of the state, who in this case is Najena. What AA are we getting next? Should I start getting natural durability and shit? I wonder. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it yet. There's like the big three of defensive: natural durability, what are they called? Combat agility and combat stability. I think those are the two. These are three. Najena's ad. I guess we could get the rest of our spell gems. We are going to need more spell gems. Start working towards cannibalize. Maybe we should get this. Sarcasm reinforcements really important for general use. I don't think there's anything in here that's super important. Dragon Force would be pretty nice because it's basically our bash. Being able to bash would be pretty sweet. Nah, I don't have spellcasting deafness. I don't have anything. Yeah, I don't think I really need spellcasting deafness right away. It's quick damage. Oh. Damage spells. Don't need that. I think we probably get the defensives. Natural durability. Combat stability. Combat agility. I've already got Steadfast Will Max. I've got all the super important stuff. I've got Mass Group Buff, I've got Steadfast Will. And I've got Slay Undead, which I think is, as a paladin, is just non-negotiable because it speeds up time to kill by so much on any undead. Which is a lot of stuff in vanilla. It's a lot of stuff in a lot of expansions, to be fair. There's always undead shit around. Getting quite close to our pet. That's going to be pretty great. I think our pet's like 32 or something. It's in our pet slot, shouldn't we? Get both of these in our pet slot. Our pet's a Beast Lord. Just reminded me. $32 major potential, 3 greater potential. Our time farming on D4. Hey, do you think I'm strong enough to defeat Helmet 2? If I stop being skill issued? Probably. Helmet 2 isn't too hard. You're bringing consumables and you're defending when you need to, and you know you're playing the game. You should be fine. It's so many of these to get to 8. I'd love to get critical mend, but I think that is a bit of a luxury. Oh, I'm rooted between them. That's horrible. Feels so bad to not be able to turn your back away from the mobs. Ah! Fuck. They're too small. Oh, Beast Lord pet. It's healing. We probably lay on hands. Save time. Lovely. Oh, that's the +7. Ooh. $25.40. That is. I mean that is pretty substantially better than the Baron's Blade is. So it's definitely better. Got another 1% haste. This mage is blasting us. Like level 2 mage. Absolutely dominating us. think we need to rebuff after this. Or we'll go kill the elemental first. Oh, yep, rebuff. Buffety buffs. Yeah, 30 again. Seems to be listless power. What's undead is not going to do that much. Nonchalance is absolutely not it. Spirit Armor is our new AC buff. Health is our new stamina buff. Fury is our new damage dealing buff. So, okay stuff. Okay stuff at 30. Nothing too wild. Every little help with Najena though. She is an unpleasant boss with an unpleasant class in an unpleasant position with some unpleasant ads. I kind of want to get Dragon Force. Really value the bash. Yeah, I think it's better to get our defensives probably first. Have you seen all Rangers getting class change in August? Yeah, like Urza, Heinrico, and Erwin, I think, are getting class changes. They obviously didn't have time to do them because they were working on the Final Fantasy collab. Samurai Owen. I don't think there's anything they could give Owen that would help Owen. Like, I guess healer? But then, like, what does the mage part do for Owen? I guess it just gives debuffs. It just gives generic debuffs. Yeah, maybe healer. Healer kind of makes him the best healer, sort of. Funnily enough. Because the other healers don't have subclasses. No, just because the other healers don't have subclasses, so he has all of the mage debuffs. Whereas the other healers don't. I don't think Owen actually gives anything, like, useful other than that. But it would still make him the best healer. Get stupid. Is that kill a number of ogres? Kill 100 ogres. Great job, team. Get flying kick next level as well. That's useful. It's a big step up from round kick. Just got Rene Alter for her threefold miss skill inherit. Cool. Are you trying to build Prish? Ah, nice. Ah, if you're a Benius, I see. Yeah, it's really good on Prish. As it turns out. Because each hit counts as 3 stacks for her combo. Because they're 3 separate targets that she's hitting, each attack counts as... Yep, so she can ramp up to max off of 1 threefold. Oh shit. Yeah, indeed. We need so many of these swords to take it to +8. We have started though. Maybe not the most insane thing in the world. It's really cool that there are two of those guys at the spawn in here. So even though it's their rare drop, kind of makes getting those a lot easier. So many monsters on my screen in a map that I can't see anything that's going on. Running at 3 FPS. What the hell? Why are there so many monsters there, Cabizor? Have you found another exploit or something? I'm gonna have to allow hands. Sorry, what are you killing? I guess I don't understand exactly the mechanics of what you're doing. Oh, PoE. Yeah, you said PoE. Sorry, I missed the message. My bad. I was like, in Wizardry? Huh? I thought you were like stocking up on kindred demons or something, getting as many of them up in an area in Wizardry as you could for some reason. Found some kind of super secret. These golden earrings, like we have somehow built ourselves a golden earring as a real slot. I thought you'd like lagged out your wizardry because you just had so many kindreds like stacked up because you'd figured out some kind of way to do it. We do get the woos. Oh, it's not woos fist, is it? We do get the fists of flame up to +7. Maybe it's worth using over this. Never really intended to spend so much time in Najena, but this little farm is pretty good. And obviously, Najena is rough. Najena's a way higher level than I remember her being. I thought she was like level 30. Yeah, this is feasible to get to +7, isn't it? Oh my god! No! God, it's so low. We just missed. I don't mind overstaying here a little bit as well because probably make the break into. Oh wait, shit. Something in here. Oh, it's just a skelly bone room. I missed something exciting. I don't think I checked in there before. Hello, Chili. Meow. Chili. You're somewhat in the way. Come on. Come here. Come on. Sure, a triple attack bow. Congrats. No relic bow though, is it? What do you need a? Do you need a bow for anything? Do you need a bow for anyone in your party? I don't know what your party looks like nowadays, but it's only surety to get 60 more attacks. Sounds good, as long as you're over the surety cap. That's our hoop coming along. A drop. It's actually halfway through. Heavens above. Looks like we're about to level as well. Breadsticks, friend, not food, guys. Come on. Behave. Just like pies, friend, not food. Can't just be eating people in chat. Just like egg. Just like pro eggs. Friend, not food. Can't just be eating people in chat. There's too many food names. Right, we need skill, flying kick. Flying kick will hit like a train when it's leveled up. Go listen to our spells. I think we have 2 new buffs. Is that right? Three new buffs. Fury, health, spirit armor. Yeah, Prego is excellent. So this becomes spirit armor. Let's do buffs, armor, spirit armor. This becomes health. Buffs, stamina, health. And this becomes this buffs attack. Is it attack? No. Strength? Fury. Need to wait for that to refresh. Oh, I didn't save. I didn't save it. Tits. Sissy buffs, armor, spirit armor. Spirit of Orcs. Stamina, health. And Frenzy is Sissy buffs. Strength, Fury. I hate that for me. Sissy buffs, Strength, Fury. There we go. Wait. Why is Yelp not in there? Oh wait, no, this shouldn't be Yelp. This should be symbol of HP buff, symbol of Pinzen, or whatever one it is. Transal. Buff that just in case we're not buffed with it. No, we were. Do a couple of cycles leveling up our flying kick before trying Najena. Just aggro through the wall. Is that just a guard running around? Sure. Oh, we got specialized as well now. I was just thinking about that, Boone. Just thinking about you. I was like, ah, if only Boone was here. It's like your WWE wrestling theme. Your entrance theme. And now, making his way to the ring. No mobs have tried to throw me out the window. That was a highlight of yesterday, though. That was a plus, if anything. We are ramping up to try to kill Najena, who is the boss of this place, but she's in a horrible room. She's a high level, and she's a mage. She's surrounded by ads. I managed to single pull her earlier, but she killed me in 3 neeks. I quit Wiz. I did not quit Wiz. Will you play some more Daphne next week? Probably. I'm not playing it for the rest of my life anymore. That's probably not true. I am going to farm them. I'll farm out the relics. I'll farm out 2 of the relics. I'll farm out stuff and sword. If I can. They give you special abilities. They have a lot of special abilities on them when they're leveled up. Yeah, max reforge. There is, Prog. The Katana's ability, it gives you an attack, but the attack isn't very useful. But I believe it also passively gets you inflicting attack down, which is very useful. Yeah, really, really strong. Yeah, you can get them from the wall, Prog. Gil is quite a precious resource, so you probably don't want to be using that on it either. Oh, the slow is so horrible. Come on, you can do 1% damage. Great work. Ow. Took a little bit of nuke damage there. How many, halfway through that. Halfway through that, one more of those. Still a long way off. We haven't had a sword drop in a long time. You had a good day, Quantum. Getting bullied to do my story quests. Good. He should be. Okay, I think we try Najena now. This Lost Defender. Maybe one more cycle. Flying kick's not quite there yet. No idea, Britic. Anyone know how much SP Prish has at 70? I presume Breadstick Man's level 70, yeah. I'm just guessing here. Either that or he is an extremely elite hacker. Exceptionally. I'm stunned. Apparently there's Drecon bots that will auto-complete trades if no players do it. Yep, indeed. It seems after 3 hours or something. So you might be able to get, I don't know if you can get the attestations or whatever the hell they're called that way. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Ah, you got to get other attestations. I see, I see. Well, I mean, that could be good, right? Yeah, so that went to 1018, which is 0.558. Which is slightly worse than this, but it is a one-handed blunt. Which has 34 save fire on it, for what that matters. I think we do use that. I think we do use that because hand-to-hand bonus is so much better for us. Hand-to-hand weapons are so much better for us. Get that attestation out of there. I have to level up our hand-to-hand now. Actually, I think our hand-to-hand has been steadily leveling. That is that far behind. Haven't seen a sword in ages. Imagine farming the demons. I am. I will be farming them soon enough, no doubt. Which pass do you recommend for Wiz? There's a lot of them. They're confusing. Fuck, I can't remember the names of them. The ones that give crystals, the ones that give gems, they're really good. Both of them are really good. The mission pass is also quite good. So any number of those three, they're all pretty much the best things you can buy in the game. Star Guided and Heaven Guided, yeah, those are the ones, thank you. No worries, Atticus. My pleasure. It is very confusing. You're not alone, by the way. Could buy the event one, yeah. We kind of pound it now. Did a lot more damage than we did before. I don't think we're going to get that to +8, sadly. Also, I'm not even sure that we'll get an extra damage at +8. Yep. Soon. Soon. We can beat down a cleric. We're in the money. Wow. Yeah, our damage has gone up like quite a lot. I don't know if it was level 30. Probably level 30. Man, it's been so many kills since we saw a sword. We were on such a good streak of them too. Full out on hands here. Better be a bit careful with it. They've got stuns. The enemy reinforcement mechanic, it would be nice, wouldn't it? Enemy reinforcement is pretty cool. I'd like to see them use it again. Wow, that died so fast. Holy shit. What did we do to it? I like the aggro mechanic. I think it's pretty cool, yeah. I feel like they could just pull them out for certain fights, you know? They have to use them all the time. But it's a cool thing that they have in their pot of tricks. Wow, I almost beat the respawn. I think we might be quite a bit stronger than we were. Sounds about right, penguins. Up to 17% haste on this welfare lone black sort sash. I can't believe how much our damage has suddenly gone up, like by so much. Oh, our visit's wearing off. Yeah, I don't hit anywhere near that much with poised. Nowhere near close. with Gap. With Gap? The fuck is Gap? Oh, opening. Yeah. Yeah, I'd hit 8k with opening. If I knew it, I would. So, sorry. How did that even die? What the hell? There it is, big +8 airing. It's so bad. But it's my bad airing. Oh, damn, we beat the cycle. We beat the swarm. Holy moly. Gonna have a look at the Widow Mistress. See if we can figure out what else she drops. Now that we're a bit stronger. We're not even buffed right now. True breadstick. I think hopefully we should be able to kill Najena now. If we can kill the Spider Mistress, we can probably just burst her. One day, Kaikeri. The only chainmail that I have that's usable is barely usable, to be honest. Didn't even grace you with a good excuse. It's just like, ah, I overslept. I don't think so, penguins. Ah, sword. We've broken the curse. Back on the sword train. Oh fuck, that's a pet. This guy gets absolutely fucked. I can't believe I just can't get over how much our damage went up at 30. You pop like crazy now. Maybe we shift what we kill now. We still want to do both of the Crusaders. We can start trying to do Najena. Maybe eventually Silka. Maybe one day. Oh, that's a pet. Dumb stupid question, you're not dumb or stupid. You got a silver ore from Millennia Geode. What does that do? It's used for upgrading to plus 20 on silver gear. Stuff is only easy to know if you know it. Don't be silly. I made it to 200 cap in GBF. Nice, good job, man. About halfway through my boxing on GBF. Had to get it done today. Wait, we should go back over here. I think we do both Crusaders. I don't think we do this anymore. I think we leave the Elemental. Because we're not getting this to plus 9, are we? Absolutely ludicrous. I think we do both the Crusaders and maybe the Widow. Widow Mistress. Keep seeing if she drops something else. Oh, nice, nice. That's good shit. We're halfway there on the sword now. We need, what, 4 more swords? I guess we can kill this. Doesn't really take that long. Don't think we're going to be able to get the fist though. Oh, that's the problem as well. Slow. Yeah, I think we just leave that. Don't think we're going to get the fist to 8. Seems unreasonable. Add what, 2 of them. We would need 10 more. Something like that. Right, let's go kill the Widow Mistress. Did she drop anything else? Could try Najena as well. I think we do enough damage now. It's just a bit awkward to break into it. Maybe we do Najena. I don't know how rare the item is that we're trying to get from her is going to be. We do so much more damage than we did before. Do need to kill these relatively quickly, as we are rooted underwater. And we will drown. I mean, to really experience shedding, you had to watch someone who had, like, already had ridiculous action speed on a character, on their renays and shit. And uses. My action speed wasn't high enough. It was still really broken, but not as broken. Right, okay. Mad a second. Kill that red dragon? Nah, probably not. Red dragon's so hard. Because this was pre-healer as well. Not that I have a healer now. We need to lull here. Lull here. Lull here. And here. And then we need to body pull her. Fuck. Yo. Oh, fuck. That is really rough. Damn. The instant root on us. Love a good particle effect explosion. Any kind of explosion, really. Just love exploding. I don't think there's any way we can face tank those three. I don't think that's happening. 3 mages, they'll instantly blow me up. We do have to do the lull. We need to bramble ourselves as well. Why have I invis? Oh, well, I mean, I guess that kind of worked out. I definitely knew that that ogre was standing right there. Oh, nice. Another sword out. I think we need 3 more? 3 more swords? Something like that. Right, down we go again. The ghouls haven't respawned yet. But I do have to keep in mind that probably can't get too close to the water. Okay, let's try again. It's the pet. I haven't got the pet on the left side. A magician's pet. Magician's pet. We could pull Najena's pet. We're killing the pet, I guess. We got a magician as well. This might be okay, because we just do a lot more damage than we did before. Whoa, we obliterated that magician. Oh, this is fine now. Holy moly, our damage went up so much. We're looking for the clawed knuckle ring. There it is. I don't remember what the golden crested key is for. Do we use this over this? Probably. 28 HP. This has nice resists on it though. Yeah, we probably do. I can't believe how easy that was. Oh my god, what is this damage? Where's this damage coming from? What are we doing to these poor... These guys are level 30. What are we doing to these poor kids? The hell? Did we get anything at level 31? Shifting shield is... Wait, let me just get... Spirit arm. Oh, that's the paladin buff. Right, we just got the shaman AC buff. So we need nimble, which is agility. Oh, we can use Scourge as well. Scourge is actually really good. Buff, agility, nimble. And sadistic buff, armor class, shifting shield. And we want to memorize Scourge. Liquid distorts your view on the target. Yeah, can we get Companion Spirit next level? We finally get our pet. The other thing this ring does is it gives enhancement in extended enhancement 2. Means all of my beneficial spells are extended now, so my buffs will last longer. Which is the main reason I really want to pick this up, because obviously I use so many buffs all the time. Right, we're back to the sword grind. After we get the swords, I think we're done in here. But I think we're close enough that it's worth grinding out the rest of this. This thing's going to last us quite a while. No, that's the goblin camp. In the wrong section. I've been completely turned around. Who would have thought I would lose my way? Ah, shit. What about the skeleton? Ah, shit. I don't think we do the elemental anymore. I think we move over to the Widowmaker. We'll see if she... Widow Mistress. See if she has any other drop. I didn't see anything else in here that is really worth farming. No, not Tepid Deeds. Paint Tepid Deed us. Tepid Deeds are slow. Attack speed slow. Same silk cap. Where are we going after this? Gook, I guess. Where else is there to go? Do Kazakh Fuel, but we're still probably a bit too low to actually do Kazakh Fuel himself. We could start leveling up in there. I think I'd rather just go to Gook though. Start getting some of the good shit in Gook. Do definitely want to kill him for the Rubicite, but he's level 38, I think, so we probably want to be like level 38 or 40 or something to be able to comfortably just sit there and camp him. Which we can do after murdering a bunch of froglocks. just exploded. Back to the Widow Mistress, I guess. I'm not sure if she even has any other drops. I have no idea. Kills the spiders. Sorry, are these your spiders? My bad, my bad. Just a spider silk cap. We could go to Chief Gunda in Karana. Before we go to Gook. Don't know how much I really feel in that. Not Chief Goon, but he's a big hulking ogre who respawns every so often. Drops a bunch of shit. He has like a affliction something. I think it's chipped bone bracelet. Affliction efficiency item, I think it is. You're much higher ranking than a Chief B. Come on, mate. Chief doesn't do you justice. Nah, Boone hasn't played Wizardry in ages. So accurate, I know. I haven't looked at the gacha revenue today. I don't know if I can be bothered. Fuck gachas. How often does Wizardry outright kill my party, and then I have to pay for revives myself? Not too often. It happens once in Abyss 4. It happens once in the collab. Happens a lot of times in Abyss 2. Doesn't happen in Abyss 3. You have to sell your megaliths. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a yikes. Yeah, that's an actual account breaker. It's fine. I'm sure you won't need to restore your party to full life and mana at any point. Yeah, that Megalith gets staved until Wizardry Daphne 2. Wizardry Magnolia or something. Hi Malacox, how are you? Oh, whoops, we are not in inversion. We need to lay on hands. You're kind of fucked there. Yes, we do. Kind of PvP. I don't think she drops anything else, right? Got the spider silk cap so many times. Not too bad, thank you. What are you up to today, Malacox? Get high on a high potion. I'm pretty sure that is not what the high potion is for. Leveling Mistmore. Cool. I think they removed all the placeholders in Mistmore, right? Which is pretty sweet. That is a pet. Oh, we pulled a skeleton. Shit. Be fine. Probably. Maybe. Get recovery. Ah, we need to rehaste. Have this stick. Loving the game so far. Yeah, I'm having a blast with it as well, Malachite. So I'm really glad you're enjoying it too. I'm just chilling out, doing my thing. I've been pretty much just on D4 because I find it more fun. Which has been interesting. Had some real good sense of like struggle in the zones. Slowly getting stronger and stronger. Until we can take him on, which feels good. Yeah, it's really great. They put a lot of work into the design. It really works. I couldn't agree more. What are we going to kill now? Maybe we can clear the goblin camps? And we're not really shooting for anything but the swords. We got our clawed knuckle ring. Try the Widow Mistress again, I guess. I'm pretty sure she doesn't drop anything else, though. Lord help us, we tried. We tried to get her to drop something else. Oh, no, I want to go do Lurguk, but that's where I'm going next, mate. I'm waiting to get 2 more swords. No, it's nothing to do with getting there or anything like that. I'm just waiting to get 2 more swords. I wish I could use the silk cap. Forever cloth cap +3. we'd have a huge spider silk cap by now. Invoking. Do you play a lot of these types of games, Malakarks? You play MMOs? You play EQ specifically? Yes. Yes, Twitch one. All. All of them. All. I've been playing MMOs for a lot of years as well. Not so much recently. There isn't really much to play. Have you seen Monsters and Memories at all? That's not a sword. Looks good. Yeah, I'm very excited for that. I am a Monster Memories shill. This is like the opposite end of the spectrum to Monster Memories, right? This is like solo power fantasy Everquest. Monster Memories is like mega community again. I'm still shocked how much our damage went up at 30, man. We just started blowing shit up. Oh, there's a sword. One more? Two more? Two more, probably. You just level up relics normally and alter them if you want to, right? I don't know 100%. Sorry, Perig. Right, back to the Widow Mistress. Got superior healing. Just an actual hacker. Can't interrupt more than one. But it must be nice to be of level. Oh look, spider silk cap. Wow, that thing got obliterated. What is this for? Stone bracelet. Is that a quest item? Stone bracelet. No. I don't think we need that, do we? No. Upgrade from Ebon to Silver tier, the box looking thingy. How many fragments was it? Silver tier? Oh, I don't know. Sorry. Apparently it's doable in a day or two, Prague. Oh shit. Oh my god, how did I manage to interrupt it again? No, I heard that after the nerf. It is still very doable. I'll find out for myself next week or whenever we do it. Oh, nice. Yeah, love to see it. One more, maybe? Don't eat me, Mr. Spider. You're getting nuked to fuck. Ooh, we need to lay on hands immediately as soon as this ends. Almost got completely fucked there. Ugh. Ah, spider silk cap. We need to rebuff after this. Get into recovery. I guess we'll go to 32. Assuming we get a sword before then. Need to stay in recovery for a bit. Prego. Come on, Prego. Why you gotta be like that, brother? I mentioned before I can do Abyss 3 good ending on the second run. Yes, you'll probably need to follow a guide. Sage? On Faster Thoughts. It has some moving parts. I love being slowed. Come on, surely we have a good round of combat. No, it's not. Did the quest save the girl? And 4 of my characters died. Ah, shit the bed. Yep. Does sound like Wizardry. Yeah, you will start noticing some mobs at the end of Abyss 3 start having higher evasion, higher accuracy than the others. But it's always a little bit dangerous going all in on evasion unless you're really strong, because if it's not high enough, you get kind of clobbered. Hey, I'm probably old enough. Can you tell me everything that happened in Emmerdale? Nah, I used to watch Emmerdale a little bit when I was a kid when my mum did. I don't really remember much about it anymore. Emmerdale, for people who don't know, is a soap opera. UK soap opera. About, like, rural life. Who invited this spider? Oh, we got a different drop. Oh, it's actually quite good as well. Oh, it's caster only. Oh, should we? I guess let's take. Oh no, they're not going to be able to use it anyway, are they? Can't put it in any slot. Yeah, can't really do anything with it. But she does have another drop. It's equally useless. Whack it in our pet slots. They already changed the mission pass, yeah. They changed it quite a lot. You get a bunch of skill books and stuff on it now. I have to speed run this. Our instant closes in a second. Thanks, Malika. Hey. 27 base damage. It's not bad. It's pretty darn good. Right, let's roll. Origin. We're done with this dump. I probably should have stayed to get level 32, huh? I guess it doesn't really matter. We're gonna get it no matter where we go anyway. Right. For some reason we don't have Talisman of Nog. Oops. What am I doing with this? Nothing. Wrong door. Shaman. Okay. I don't know how far we can get down these spells. Oh, inventory. It's really nice being able to memorize spells, even like when you aren't the level to use them. Odium is the curse, is like the high level curse spell, I think. Pretty decent. We got down to 47. By the time we come back here again, we should be able to just buy all of the rest of our spells. We have a few paladin ones to grab as well at very high levels. Excellent. Gook. Gook. Rituals. Fear up? Fear up. Fear up or North Row? This is actually quicker. Don't know. Try Fear up. I'm really surprised we replaced our weapons. I thought we were going to be using the Baron's Blade and the Ruby Stiletto for our entire journey. It's really, yeah, really surprised. I guess we just spent a lot more time in Najena than I thought. Right, I don't know which side. I don't remember which side is which in Guk. I don't remember where the low level bits are. I think it's the like northwest section that I want to go to. It's been a while. It's been a little while. A hot minute. Oh wait. I've just gone to Kazakh fuel instead of... I'm an idiot. Which side are we on here? Oh, that goes to Wrath. Oh yeah, shit, this one connects to Wrath Mountains. Maybe I just really want to go get that Rubicite breastplate. What does it mean when I pop up in the middle of my screen saying Shio has avoided a direct hit? So in Wizardry variants Daphne, when you get that pop-up, it means that you have had some sort of proc that has reduced the damage that she has taken. That could be Adam's Inherit. That could be Book of Sanctuary Secrets. That could be Way of the Night. Truly pure breadstick. Good for you, brother. Good for you, mate. I really don't think we want to kill that guy. I think we're going to need that rep. What does a legendary summon look like with the scrolls? It's actually really cool, Gary. It like cuts away and you get the Final Fantasy music like playing in the background, like faintly in the background, and they have this whole like cutaway scene. It's really, really cool. Someone just evacuated by the looks of things. I think we have to go up to here. I'm not 100% sure. This way, I think. Yeah, this is right. Assuming I'm actually heading to the right gate, this is right. Hello, son. How are you? Right. What level are the mobs here? It's the real question. How fucked am I? Oh, yeah, this is the right side. Yeah, this is it. I'm a genius. Not bad for an old man's memory. Wait, is that died so fast? Oh my god, there's so many mobs down there. Oh god. Oh, of course it's dying fast because we're not in a personal instance. We're on D0. I guess I'm just saying these out. Oh, I can't. I'm rooted. Hello, Chili. Yeah, this is the right place. Right. Great instance. Difficulty 4. Where does this take me to? That's the question. Like, which side is this going to take me to? I didn't even think about that. It's probably going to have a locked place where we get moved to. Yeah. Okay. That's, yeah. I mean, this is okay too, I guess. Right, we should do our spells straight away because we need to do our pet. 32, right? Guardian Spirit or something, I think is on our pet's name. Frenzied Spirit, I don't know. Talisman of Nog, Companion Spirit. So, buffs. Oh, is Talisman of Nog gonna be better than... Oh, I think Snarg is a harness. I think that stacks with the Paladin buff. We'll find out. Yeah, it's a shielding buff. This should be Plague, Scourge. Should be whatever the incap is at this level. Listless Power. Pets. Summon Water, Companion Spirit, there we go. Here's our Wolfie. He is Beast Lord. Hello, hello, Sram. I've been watching Collab VOD with how casually you completed the story. Do you have any plans getting Collab unit from Selector for collection? I haven't decided what I'm doing with the Selector yet. I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Zaids inherit like doesn't, it works weirdly, so I might get that. I might get Zaid. I'm not sure. I don't really need Arboris or Redbeard. I'm not sure. How about you? What did you get? Get him, pet. Good night, Kai Kerry. Take care of yourself, man. This route is quite annoying. Oh, do you have taunt on? No. I don't really remember this entrance very well. Pick side, likes his health during mechanics. I saw he can deal good damage with his unique even before a self bust. Yeah, his unique is kind of like a little bit broken, it seems. So that it doesn't seem to suffer drop off on one-handed weapons. So if you use it on a character that hits lots of times, or you use like a Cuisinart or something on him, then it seems to hit very hard. Yeah, Endwalker has a banging theme. Oh, this is Slippy. It's Slippy. This is so annoying. Don't do this to my pet, man. My pet doesn't deserve it. What can we do to release this? We just resummon our pet, can't we? That's probably the best thing. We'll have to get used to it. We don't have pet hold. How expensive is this? Ah, it's not too bad. Shield's only trait is passive magic defense. It's because it's meant to be a barrier shield, isn't it? That was what it did in Final Fantasy 11 apparently. It's a shame though. Could have really done something more exciting than that. It's so weird to see my pet casting spells because they're Beast Lord. I really don't remember this entrance very well at all. That just takes us back to Gook, right? Takes us back to other Gook. Oh, whoops. Alright then, I guess it's the other way. Apparently I do not remember this side at all. It must be down here. I think the katana giving attack down randomly is really good. That feels so strong. Because like Balafios is a pain to stick, and being able to just do that passively while damage dealing is really, really great. Probably lay on hands for efficiency. Oh, I kind of know where we are now. We have to go around this way, right? This is quite a big room, isn't it? This is like 3 mobs. This could be bad. It's the mage. Ugh. Burst this guy. No healer up here, thankfully. That's back off I need. Okay, now I can get my pets to attack my right target. Rather than some random pet, of which there are many. How much is a resummon? 350, 270 mana. Is it worth healing the pet? Yeah, it probably is. This is the hassle. Shin Greaves. What are these for again? Oh, Lambent. Of course they're for Lambent. Hello, Chewie. Chili, can you not do that? Thank you. I really need to not be licked. Thank you. This is a room with 3 and then 2 more. I don't know if they all pull together. Oh god. We can kill that cleric, then it might be okay. Chili, please stop licking me. Seriously, please stop licking me. Come on. That cat, man. Yep. You know how it is, Knuckers. And we're so much stronger than we were before. That was a rough pull. There are multiple clerics in there. This way, right? Yeah, that's what we're looking for. I have not spent much time in this part of the zone. I don't remember spending much time. There's like the oh wait, no. This leads to, oh, okay. Man, it's so long since I've been in here. This leads up to here. And then you've got the frenzy camp and stuff over here, right? Want to head to this is probably too hard for us right now, right? We should probably go west. We're gonna get absolutely fucked over there. Why does the map look like something you would draw in MS Paint in like 10 minutes? It's just the way it is. This game didn't originally have maps in it. It's only added at a later date. No, they didn't have this in the 1990s. They added maps, I don't know, in 2003 or something.
My ass gets lost, then I get found again. Yeah, you never gonna keep me lost. My ass gets lost, then I get found again. Yeah, you never gonna keep me lost.
We don't have a pet haste yet, so we have to use our haste. People haste. Oh boy, okay. Oh boy. You have low on hands. We probably should use it. This is the lowest one, I think.
Checking the map again. Checking the map again. I take the southern cave. I take the northern cave. I take the eastern cave. I take western cave. I take the cave that looks like it's leading downwards. I take the cave that looks like it's leading upwards.
Yeah. Surprised you didn't have to lay on hands for that. And I think this takes us down into an area with actual frog logs. we got interrupted. Couldn't save our pet. We could pick up pet hold. I think we have more important things to grab. Pet hold is basically like a tax on pets, pet classes. Good luck, Gary. Ah, so it can't use the shroud either. Interesting. Gotta keep the pet up. That's the gargoyles. Is it there? Can get up? I can't remember. I think it is, yeah. This is a 3-pull, I think. We could try and lull here. This is a pretty nasty pull. Yeah, sounds like you're going to have to be running from them soon. They're pretty spooky. Carapace. I guess we'll take and just put it on the pair. I remember using that for something. Bard Lambent. Oh wow, we didn't actually get the kill there. It's got blocks of parried, I guess. This is a real blast from the past. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know, Saram. I don't remember how I get into the other side. The main issue I'm having right now. Um. We get into the other side of Gook while without zoning out. Oh, maybe. No, because we'll always get put in on this side, right? How do we get to the other side of Gook? This is confusing. Like, because we can't zone out, right? Because if we zone out, it breaks our instance. So I don't understand how we get to the other side of Gook. Hmm. We're just gonna have to wander around, I guess so. Enter the door at the gargoyle bridge. Go down the ladder through the door of the gargoyle bridge. Oh, it was down there. Down there. There you go, people helping us out. Oh yeah, it is down here. I'm an idiot. Wait, these are gonna be friendly to us? No, they are absolutely, thoroughly not. Rock. I sure hope we're far enough away because we're rooted. We're not. Fuck. There's a paladin shaman. With my pet. It'll be a bit tough. Nuke this guy down. Heals up. still have lay on hands. Probably just use it. Stop working on getting its cooldown back. I think we're gonna have to. Sure, recovery. This is the guy, but it says I might need to beat the Greater Warp one again. This is the defeat Greater Warp one after saving child. Ah, okay. Then you may have missed something, but yeah, it's definitely possible in the second playthrough. You just have to follow a guide pretty much for it. It's really hard to do it in two. Blind at least. Are we okay? Oh, this is the Minotaur. We need this guy anyway. I forgot Minotaur was down here. This guy drops just a barrel talisman. It's you. No, come on. So to do it in two, you have to wheel halfway through. You have to get a certain piece of knowledge and then wheel halfway through. If I remember correctly. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to tell you which knowledge you need. It's been way too long, I apologise. Ah, wonderful. We want to take the focus. Get in here. Fuck. This might be my first time ever seeing Rasta. I think that might be my first time ever seeing Rasta. Rasta is a very rare spot. Oh shit. Can we kill this? I don't know. I was not expecting that at the top of the pit. But hey, we got what we wanted down there. It's fine. Hey, Radiaz, how are you? Blackmail evidence is true ending, right? Like, you don't need the blackmail evidence for for a good ending. You need it for true ending. Yeah, you don't need true ending to get through Abyss 3. You just need good ending. Yeah, you can. You 100% can, Sage. I think we're confusing terms. I think you're talking about the true ending, and I'm talking about the good ending. Yeah, the blackmail ending is the true ending. Maybe 3 runs is. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. Who knows? It's just been so long since I've done it. Mastermind is true ending. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, you could die for different reasons on it. We need Bramble. Ah, fuck. I've been in recovery. Ah, cool. It buffs pet as well. That's nice. Need better gear, Capital. The reason why I was surprised when we came out of that pit, by the way, why I was shocked for a second, was because there's a mob called Rasta, and he is for the monk epic, if I remember correctly. Rasta of Gurk. And he is so rare. Like, I've never seen him. I've never seen him before. Never even once. He's like one of the horrible bottlenecks to the monk epic. Unbelievably rare. Has weird spawn times. Has like a million placeholders, but of course they took away all the placeholders in here. So I'd never seen him before. I was like, who the fuck's that? What the fuck's going on? $33. We get a new symbol. We get a new nuke and a new symbol. Winter's Raw. Let me just swap these around, really. So symbol. And talisman. We have Fury. We need Yolp. No. Poor Pet has aggro on two of them. Oh yeah, the trials are great. Trials are great. You can also look at all their stats and all their stat pages and everything before you go into the trial. I'd heavily advise it, Ranagi. For trying out, before pulling for any unit. That's a pretty hellish room, I think. Maybe we wait a second. The relic weapons any good? Yeah, they're really strong. Turning them so my pet doesn't hit their front. We need inversion. Do you have low on hands? I think we probably do use it here. So many resources. Oh! Fuck. That's the first time that's happened. Oh man. I really did not predict the way that the damage would fall there. We had like a wizard nuke or something land. Awful. Sucks to suck. Spaghetti cage, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sure it will be fine. Maybe they organised the cave. They definitely didn't. They definitely 100% did not. Yep. We've got mobs that are sitting between squares still. I don't think they fixed their engine, guys. Not this time. Maybe next time. Do you have any idea how the respawn works in the Final Fantasy XI event for the relic upgrade materials? I don't. I know they've changed it 3 times. I don't think they respawn at all. You just have to grind, really, from what I understand. Get them to spawn. Right, let's do it. Yeah, the 8 demon pack. Let's have some fun. Yeah, floor 5 is the place to be apparently. I have not farmed it myself yet. Oh no. Oh, that route's so annoying. Poor pet. Didn't deserve that. Hey, Ariel. I don't know, Mythic, but I have no idea. Probably a while. Twenty-two FAS on Katana and GS. Great, oh, great sword. Yeah, sure. I mean, we don't know what's around the corner, but probably. They sound like they're pretty good weapons. Cool, good luck. Ugh. Really bad interrupts there. I think we need pet hold, don't we? We're gonna use our pet. We need pet hold. Come on, Chili, out of the way. Come on. No, don't start licking my arm. Come on. You go. God damn it. I think we're gonna have to buy pet hold. Class. Archetype, is it? Fanny's discipline, this is it, right? I'll say, when you tell it to, it's never told this is a greater hold stance forces your pet to not add anything to its hate list that's specifically added by you. Without a pet attack, okay. Ah. It's only two AAs. We need to make an actual factual macro here. Where do we do that? Here. Pet G hold. There we go. Now we might actually be able to function with the pet. There was going to be more to the event, yeah, in like 11 days, 10 days time, something like that. It might be more story, it might be super boss. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe both of those things. We okay here? I think we are. I think we drop into recovery and lay on hands. But actually, like, do it this time. Rather than not. Have you maxed the ball mates yet? No, I have no interest in them at all. They're pointless to me. The ball mates are only really worth it if you are planning on using the collab characters, really. If you are planning on using the collab characters, then fantastic. They're pretty good. Pretty darn good. But otherwise, they are pretty darn useless. Where's the Shingun? Oh, who's that? You want to be able to decide? You like a skill set? Cool. Crack on. Is this doesn't feel like the right way. I kind of gone the wrong way, haven't I? Sort of, kind of. I think this way is easier. You got Iroha in Wiz, your first temple. Congratulations, Hijimaro. Well done. This is quite a few spiders, I think. Ow. I have to get inversion. There's a lot of healing in this group. I'm gonna kill them anytime soon, and we're gonna have to dot them. But there's a lot of incoming as well. You have lay on hands. Ready to roll. I'm feeling like, given the cadence of the damage, we are going to be forced to use very soon. It's a brutal. There are like 4 healers in here. Alright, I think we've got to go to recovery stance. We've got to use our lay on hands. Our pet's dying as well. Fuck. I think we're fine, but we will have to resummon and rebuff. That's horrible. A 2 clerics and a druid in there. They were just spamming heals. Three clerics and a druid. Okay. That's the worst room, I think. Just 2, I think. 2 bats. Ah, fish snakes. Got to tell my pet to hold. How did a pet get poisoned? What is this? The next one is 3 gargoyles, which we can lull if we want to. We need to lull the pets as well, don't we? Hello, Libra. How are you? The staff one only appears in zone 2. Interesting. Yeah, not bad, thanks. Just grinding away. We're in a new zone. Trying to get onto the right side of Gook. You think your nerve system is fucked up? That doesn't sound good. Oh, shit. How do we get 2? Must have walked on top of it. Okay. Heal. Look at regeneration. Right. This is the bad room, right? This is like a 3. Fucking lol here. See. There's a cleric, so we'll have to inversion this. We want to kill it anytime this century. The other one's just a shaman. That one shouldn't be a problem. This is a Shadow Knight, so it will harm touch me. It'll be fine. My pet heals me sometimes. It gives me Beast Lord heals. What a guy. Probably be better off just DPSing. Okay. There's a pit trap here. I don't know if we can clear this. We're gonna have to invis coming out of here, I think. But it should be fine if we do, because we come out on living side. I think. You don't really need another one of these. We could merge them, but I don't think it really does anything for us. We already got what we wanted for the Minotaur Elder. That's really fucking bad. They aggro from the top of the pit. We can try and fight this. Which would kind of help splitting them if we can kill them. I don't know. Our pet's gonna die. Slowed them all. Have to get inversion. We unfortunately have some heals as well. Our men's about to come off. Our men. We need to re-quicken ourselves. We are very resource light here. We need this guy to die immediately. To reduce the incoming. We need to get recovery. Yeah, the Beast Lord's out of mana. Yeah, we kill the Beast Lord first. Try to get a re-slow on the Minotaur. Men's almost off again. The last heal. For the time being. Some men. I think we're okay. But only just. This is a wizard, but he's out of mana. Already nuke the shit out of us. I'm pretty surprised that we could do that. Just how strong we are. Get our pet back out. Buff back up. Yeah, that was really rough. Basically, we pulled from the top of the pit. I underestimated the aggro range. I was just about to invis myself to go up past the pit, and I got too close. It was my fault. The aggro range on the max difficulty is really high, and these mobs are quite high level. Right, we should be good to go up the ladder now. Like positives here, but I am a little hesitant. Let's get a little bit of mana first. Yeah, they spotted us from way up top. I'm up at hold. There's Rasta. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen Rasta alive. Many, many years. So many times. Slam again. We don't have slow on either of them right now. Okay, we got slow on Rasta. Been interrupted on slow so many times. Still need to slow. This is the paladin, so it's going to lay on hands itself. There we go. Oh, maybe it did already lay on hands itself. Never mind. So busy. And land slow. The idol. The idol. I guess we take this. I don't know if you need. I can't remember if you need the Torn. I've never done the Monk Epic. I don't think you need it. I think you just need the Idol. Yeah, just the Idol. Don't need the Torn brown shirt. That guy's a nightmare to try to farm. You're actually doing the quest. I know I've heard so many horror stories of monks camping Gook. Rasta of Gook. But of course there are no placeholders here, so you always get Rasta. That looks like cleric magic. Not happy about. Oh, what a horrible stunt. That's Paladin. We probably kill that first. A word. Be a bit careful here. That was an amount of damage. Please, sir. Please, sir. Please stop stunning me for a million years. Yeah. Jeez. Oh god. Oh god. Got an ad. No. Fuck. So rough, man. We'll get over there eventually. Mark my words. More thingies we have here. We get 2 more spell slots. Don't think that's worth right now. Probably grab like combat. Don't even know if we're hitting soft cap, are we? Oh yeah, we are. Ability, combat agility. Ah, our group buff isn't ready yet. It's embarrassing. $20 left to finish your GBF dailies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can't be missing dailies. Oh yeah, I forgot I was meant to be boxing. Got through just over half of our boxing. Right, while our quick buff is coming up, I'm just going to take a break for a moment. Seems like as good a time as any. Back in a sec, guys. Hello, folks. Sorry about that. Gotta do your Cosmos. I've obviously done mine. You gotta be diligent in your dailies, folks. Right, I was trying to figure out, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that we need. From live side. I think it's Crusader, right? Yep, it's Crusader. Froglock Crusader. That's actually so far away. But we must persist. Ugh, so much pushback. We're gonna have to let him hands. Holy moly. There is an AA that reduces the pushback you take. Great. Not really a priority, but it is great. Oh my god, stop it, guys. Please. We're gonna have to go version, right? I'm just dead. I need to go inversion earlier. Damn. It's been shoved around the corridors. Look at the idiot. Oh boy. Well, fuck. I just didn't expect to get interrupted so many times in a row. I should have just gone to inversion. Bitten the bullet. Right, now this is awkward because our quick buff's on cooldown, so I've got to manually buff. Unpleasant. Man, imagine winning Cosmos Roulette. I'm trying to buff here, mate. Not cool. Not cool. And our bramble coat, courtesy of Blood Gurgler. Blood Gurgler. Alright, take two. Back to recovery. When do we get Dragon Punch? 35. Do we get Dragon Punch? I don't remember. Ah, aggro range. Cleric, gonna bust it down. I think I'm gonna get combat agility and combat stability up first. Maybe just combat agility actually. I'm right on the soft cap at the moment. My gear is obviously not like super amazing. Yeah, I think maybe we do agility first. We need 4 for the next rank of agility and then 6 for the one after. There are 3 up here. threw me in the water. Don't do that to me. Thing just got slapped with a load of anti-undead procs. Lovely. Should help. Level 34. What are we packing at 34? Wrath? Oh, new poison dot. That's gonna be massive. 250 damage, I think. And and curse. We get both. Oh, right. Shock of the Tenders is a DD. Okay, never mind. It is an alternative to Winter's Roar. So I guess we don't use Envenom Breath because Scourge is like kind of strictly better. We don't really need 3 dots. Use the Tainted. It sounds cool. Petrified ally on furthest Gorgon. No, I can't sacrifice myself. Oh no. Yeah, time to wheel back. Sorry, SRAM. This is a big pull. Ooh. Ugh. We'll split up. Yes, you meant to sacrifice yourself. And then, like, it explains how your teammates go and someone else volunteers. And because they volunteered, rather than you being like, hey, stand in front of this Gorgon for a second, let's see what happens. They don't hate you. Ah, 2 of the bats didn't come. How odd.
Adventuring
This
is
room
so
down here
fun.
is pretty brutal. Adventuring is so fun, except for when your leader is being experimental. Oh, this is just the pool. Okay, hold on. Ooh, we're gonna need inversion. We need to kill this cleric. Oh, so close. Okay. Down hands. There are like 4 clerics in here. You can see all their little heals going off. And we're getting chain stunned by them. It's alright, it's alright. We got 1. That makes it easier, I think. We need to be really careful with our mana here. I think we curse this. Then we go recovery. We already used lay on hands, so we don't have that to fall back on. Ooh, the nasty burst. The stun. We have to go. Have to do inversion. Gotta get this one dead. We're gonna have to feign. Actually have no choice. We can stand and mend. Unfortunately, that health reset wasn't quite quick enough. No! Oh, it's criminal. Absolutely criminal. Every single one was a cleric. I can't believe it. It happens, it happens. Shit. Unfortunate. The difference between Ebb Steel and Silver Gear. Yeah, Silver Gear is a higher tier. That means that it gets higher blessings. And for weapons, it means that it has a higher attack power coefficient. As well as generally just being higher in terms of stats. I should FAS when I fully upgraded the relics, not when they are lower tier, probably. Ah, this needs to be cursed, doesn't it? Curse and Shock of the Tainted. The mask? Is that mesh? Oh, mesh. Oh, we're going the wrong way. We do not want to go slippy way. It's maced up. Hydra brains. Is that zombies? Ags, ghouls, and zombies. Don't root me in the water. Weighted glove. Oh, these are the hand-to-hand gloves. Pet took damage as well. Or pet. Is it not on hold? It might not be on hold. It is now. Other way. We got all the bats this time. Yep, looks like it. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Ugh, I'm just rooted in the middle of it all. Have to lay on hands. Even know if that helps us. Have to get inversion. Just trying to kill this vampire bat, I guess. Like, I don't know what to target. Getting spam healed. Not much we can do about it. Insane. Fuck man, that pool is so horrible. There's so many horrible pools down here. We're in the awful situation where we have to rebuff manually again. There's a respawn right here, right? I was on a quick buff. Few minutes. We probably don't manually rebuff. We probably just suck it up. Go without buffs for a second. All things start respawning. One minute. We can't really do this pool because it's without buffing because it's a crazy bad pool. We could try and lull. We're gonna get respawns off on us if we're not careful. Single. Probably better than dealing with that room. Let's get our buffs up. Whoops. By the time they're ready, our quick buff will be. Give ourselves a little shrink. We're back at the spider spawn. Is this the big room? No, we got one spider before. Just use this to get some mana back. I don't think we're going to want to do the next pull without full mana. Definitely going to need to be an inversion. Ourselves into the corner. Hope for the best. Nothing like a spin stun. Especially when there are rogues involved. Holy moly. What is that nuking? Yeah, there's our lay on hands. Fuck. God. Our pet's actually tanking some stuff right now for us as well. That isn't gonna last forever. Oh! Can we kill this one? We're almost at our mend. Still haven't killed one. Yeah, we killed one. Have our mend. Hey Lars! Getting chopped up by spiders. Got deep stun. Okay, we have to feign. Fuck. No, don't get to Gars insects me. No. Oh, we're not even in recovery. Right, regeneration yourself. Now we don't have quick buff forever. We'll have to do it the hard way. Or we can just try to clear down a bit without buffs. Could do that. Congrats, Lucy's brother. We did it. Bro. Our froglets get leeches as warders. That's kind of cool. End up getting very close to Nag. Sitting in front of the Goblin Shaman and not ready to fight him. Can I leave or... yeah? You can leave, right? I don't see why you wouldn't be able to leave. I have no idea. Sorry, man. I think it's only kill. But I couldn't guarantee that by any means. Yeah, we have the 3 pool next. The water. Let's have a couple of heals. Probably mend, it's fine. I'm rooted in the water. Do not care for that. Oh, let me move, please. I want to move. Inversion. Just being pushed across the fucking ground. That was worse than I thought. Right, I think we lull through this room, because this room sucks. We have one more spider, and then it's the big spider room again. Oh, we pulled. What are the chances nothing is casting on me right now? It's absolutely 0. Fuck's sake, man. How do we even aggro those? That damn spider room. I must have got too close to the wall. At least we have a quick buff this time. Lull through this room again. Is it because this guy has a pet? I guess we'll find out. There's only one way to find out, unfortunately. Yeah, okay, so we have to pull him out. We can't walk up to this one. Oh god. Oh no. No, no, that's not true. We got away with a faint death at least. I think it's because it's got a pet. Whereas the ones that we killed before didn't have pets. Which is obviously not great. I think we can maybe invis past these. And that's actually going to be our best bet of dealing with this. Wait, so I've forgotten the... Where one of them just randomly sees invis. Bats can't see me either, right? The gargoyles see me? One of them could. One of them could see me. No. I think we could probably fight this, to be honest. And then trying to do main death shenanigans. That's recovery. We'll lay on hands when we get low. To rehaste ourselves. Next part is the Minotaur Elder Pit. So we'll just have to invis through that. as the ladder on the other side is absolutely brutal. I don't know if anything there sees invis. Can't remember. Hopefully not. Oh no, wait, we've got this first. We can... I mean, we can fight this stuff. We can IVU it. Oh, these are living. Or they can see through IVU. Wait. Did I memorize the wrong thing? What have I done here? Maybe I cast the wrong spell. I think I cast the wrong spell. Are these living? Am I confusing my frog types? Yeah, apparently I'm confusing my frog types. Don't think he sees invis. Oh, he does see invis. Okay. Oh, we got an additional Minotaur. Got to buy one, get one free Minotaur. There's a cleric, so we have to nuke through him. That's like an actual factual cleric. Not like a fake cleric. Main class cleric. There's a paladin, so he'll lay on hands, but he's already used all his mana. Get recovery. Gonna have to pull out pet and rebuff after this. I guess we invis first, actually. Don't know if there's a safe spot up there. Oh, Minotaur Vital Axe. Those are the days. My finest ladder climbing. Okay, they see him as... guess all Minosaurs see a viz. Oh fuck. Super great for me. We can double feign if it doesn't fail. Fuck. Get out of here, Rasta. You bellend. That respawning is not very helpful. Some might say that is less than helpful. So that one's a Roma. Just need to get into this tunnel on the side, don't we? Probably wait for this Roma to not be there. To not be right there. Do a no reset run? What do you mean by that? I already know the zone. Oh, no respawns. Yeah, I already know the zone. Just because I'm weak right now, I can't take some of the really big packs. Like the 7 spiders when they have like 8 healers. Yeah, that seems an unreasonable amount. Okay, we should be alright from here, I think. That is genuinely the worst part dealt with. There are lots of roamers around here. Probably just want to take that roamer as it comes around. Oh. Hi there. Bad. No saving our pet. But still, I think just a bit too hard for us. The mobs are too high level. Probably need to spend some time in dead side. Chilling out. Yeah. Unfortunately, our dreams of getting to the Crusader, I think, are probably just dreams. Just that right now. Crusader. It would just be so nice to get the Crusader done. So then I could just ignore live side completely. I don't think it's happening. Why have I mended? I'd say, maybe I'll go to Kazakh Fuel. Maybe I'll go to Kazakh Fuel for a bit. Scope that out. Because we need to be in there later anyway. And I don't know Kazakh Fuel very well. And then we'll come back here a bit later when we're a bit stronger. Maybe that's what we should do. Because, like, it's fine to farm the stuff in here, but we're not really getting gear or whatever, right? You know it's Kazakh Fuel? No, that's the remake. This is the pre-remake Kazakh Fuel. This is like 30s. Kazakh Fuel himself, or the Avatar of Fear, or whatever it's called in there, is 38, I think. But most of the instances are a lot lower than that. I can't remember it very well. I remember like a opening corridor, and then there's an open green space, and there's some caves on the right, and there's if you keep going forwards, there's like a pyramid. But I don't remember like any of the details of it. I just remember that vagueness of it all. Yeah, Gook is definitely the best place to level, but we need to do Rubicite Breastplate. Oh, we could also do. Yeah, we could also, before we go here, now that I'm thinking about it, let's go to West Karana. I don't think there's a West Karana gate, is there? I think it's oh, there is a West Karana gate. we cast this or? Is there a reason we can't cast this? Hello? Oh, we are casting it. It just doesn't have a... Oh, never mind. It wouldn't cast before for some reason. Didn't want to let me go to West Karana. We can go and camp the Great Gunda before we go to Kazakh Fuel. It is about our level. I think Gunda is about level 32. This camp, isn't it? It's been a while. See, you've my pet has Spirit of Wolfed itself, but not me. Thanks, pet. Selfish pet. Yeah, that's right, Gary. It regens mana. One of these camps, I don't remember which one. I'm going to look for the Great Gunda. Boon Craving claimed that the Great Gunda is actually him, but I'm not so sure. Yeah, it's really good, Gary. Super good. I think it's like up here. Hi Brigands. You're kind of a low level. Sorry, bro. Wait, we need rep with these guys later, I think. Oh, it doesn't matter. We'll sort it later. Now we have to do high keep stuff for Soulfire. I think it's like this one here, where the Great Gunda's abode is. Here he is, Chief Gunda. The boy, he's 34. Perfect, of perfect level. Oh my god! He's aggroed from how far? We're on D0, aren't we? I guess it's okay. Yeah, he aggroed me from so far away. Green Blood Knights, I think, maybe they're the Ogre, Troll, Shadow Knights, I don't know. I don't know what his respawn is going to be here. Should probably go on to higher instant high pick anyway. She's the public pick. It's not like anyone else going to be here. Legends. Exaltation system. So we only need +1 for focus. You mind? Fucking just random like level 2 lioness. Took its shot. Yeah, that's right. If you won't get to keep regenning if the battle ends. Yeah, super good, huh? Surely it's 1.8. So yeah, a bit lower. Bit lower base. Does it have a non-minus 100 surety mod, I wonder? Nah, it's 1.8. 1.8 base, 2.0 with Where the Thief. I wonder if I can bind here. Can I bind here? Oh yeah, yeah, cool. So we can bind ourselves to the camp. And then we can use pick zone to rotate between goonders. This guy's gonna have an infinite aggro range again, isn't he? Guys, roughly 0 chill. I have to ask for a port. Ugh. Ugh. That's enough for me. Holy shit! It's, it's fucking tune. Oh my word. Okay. I guess we can fight these guys. They are actually our level. I was like, what's attacking me? That actually kind of half spooked me. I forgot these guys were around here. Tune and Froon. Rune of the One Eye. That's Bard. Bard Lambent. We do not need that. Oh. They have nice pants, hell yeah they do. There's Chief. So let's bind up here. His aggro range before was absolutely insane. Oh yeah, of course, it saps all my mana because I should just used our bind. I don't know why I used our ritual. Well. You gonna aggro me a million miles away again? Yep. Okay, there's more there as well. Take them if I had mana. Might be able to say them anyway, to be honest. Monk Shaman. Come on, Ginda. That's attacking me then. That kick. The new ogre like flying kick animations and stuff so good. They actually did animations for all of the races for monks. I think it's super cool. It's a bit weird. I swear he's meant to drop items like all the time. He's marked as a shaman GM, so I'm wondering if like there's something wacky going on with him here. Guess we can test it out. He dropped a moat. Yeah, he should have a whole loot table of drops. Including what we're looking for, which is chipped bone bracelet. Yeah, this guy, so again, he's marked as a shaman GM. I think that's why you can see me so far away, because guildmasters are brutal. Like, I think guildmasters also get marked as having no loot. Which is, it's just weird, because this is a very iconic enemy who has a whole host of drops. Don't know what's going on with him. Oh no, never mind. He does have loot. Bono arm plates. I think we have better than this. Oh yeah, we have way better than this. We do not need those. Let's try again. Oh, we have to wait. Yeah, just unlucky. So he does have his drops. We only need a +1, so we can do it on as little as pick one. Yeah, he has a whole bunch of things he drops. I guess we can create a difficulty here. Oh, will this take me out of my instance? I wonder. Ah, that takes me out of my instance. I figured since it was the same zone, it would let me teleport. I'm learning so much here. This won't take me out of the pick, will it? I don't know. No, I don't know. Just takes me out of my own instance if I've made one. Guess we'll find out how long the respawn is. I think these guys are... Oh, they don't actually give faction. Only he gives faction. Because I think on live he was like a 20-minute respawn or something. That would be quicker to pick between each. Even with the cooldown on it. "20 minutes is pretty long." You're not wrong, Libra. You're not wrong, mate. 101 seconds. Go on, Chiefy. His huge aggro range kind of works in my favor. Oh no. Ogre's all the way down. He did. They're quite low level. It's okay. Ah, the Ogre Shamans can actually drop these as well. Can drop Chip Brain Bracelet as well, apparently. They have them on their drop table too. It's worth clearing the whole camp. Or at least clearing the Shamans. should practice my feign death, really. Is it important to have the same alignment, good, evil, when going through 3 doors in collab? I don't think it matters past the first run. I still took damage or whatever it was, like drain. The second run, they didn't seem to care. I don't think it matters. There's no dialogue about it. Ah, you can fuck up one mechanic. I see, I see. Yeah, it seems like the respawn on him is still very high, as this has not respawned yet. We've hopped through 3 instances, so he's probably about to come up here, but probably still like a 20-minute respawn. This is actually D4, so should be a little bit more careful here. That's how he's gonna respawn on me. Oh yeah, there he is. Ah, there you go. We got it from the shamaness. Didn't even need Gunda. Gunda's about to fuck me up now. I've just spent all my mana blasting these guys. Can you fuck off, please? Can you choke on, please, mate? Right, so this has affliction efficiency. This means that all of our detrimental spells we cast that are over time cost less to cast. Gunda, could you fuck off, please? Kindly, sir. My enemies have forgotten about me, yes, but he is corpse camping me. Oh, there we go, he's gone. With his ridiculous range. Surely we're out of range now. Yeah, we are. Okay. Good stuff. Bureau. Mission accomplished. So the next place I'm going to go to is Temple of Chaotic Fuel. This place I don't remember too well. What we're hunting in here is Rubicite, a breastplate from the Avatar of Fear. He's a bit too high for us right now, probably. But, maybe we'll be able to do it. He's 38, I think. But, more than anything else, I just need to relearn the zone because I barely remember it. The temple is like a Aztec-y place. It's all about. It's got lizard men all over it. These are the fine lizard men here. These do hate me, but they are not able to aggro me. So, I think some of these tunnels lead down into the tunnels. We don't care about the tunnels. The tunnels don't matter, which is just as well because I don't remember them at all. Oh wait, no, we do need to go to the tunnels. Yep, never mind. That leads into the other bit. Oh wait, maybe that's where we need to go. I think that's where we need to go. Damn. I think we have to make our way up to there. I'm just seeing this on D0 for a second. I can learn what I'm doing. Haven't seen anything in here that cons anything yet to us. Oh, that aggroed us, but yeah. Oh, it's so weak. Ah. So just down here, these start to get blue, light blue. Is that what we need? I don't know. Just kill these and find out, I guess. It might be at the top of the pyramid. Really can't remember. I don't think I ever did this on live. I've been here a few times over the years on like different servers, but they weren't really live like servers though. He's still aggro my pet. I don't remember if that's how that works here. No, guess not. Oh, is this a portal? Oh yeah, Avatar of Fear there. Look at him, he's spooky. This is what Kazakh Fuel looks like as well. When we get to him. Can I pull this single? Yeah, this is just D0, so this is not too scary. Yeah, it looks like we can pull this single. As long as we can kill him within the time up before our air runs out. I don't know how we get out of here afterwards. That is not what we want. I don't know what his respawn is like either. There are lizards swimming above us. There's a lizard below us. This was D4, like would they aggro? Probably. Just want to see what this comes out. I don't remember this at all. So if we go back in here, shit. We can go up into here. Aggro. Oh, no mythic foot. I don't think there is, though. I think you're just unlucky. I haven't heard anything like that before. This leads into here. Oh, God. Avatar of Fear respawn. This is like kind of about our level, other than the actual dude. Avatar of Fear has a 22-minute respawn, so he is a timely boy. Is this the best way to get back here? This is the pyramid, right? Oh no. Definitely not the right way. It's the entrance, isn't it? Ah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. What is the best way for me to try to get to there? Not that way. Ah, that just leads up to that. Okay. I guess it is this way. Anyway, that's a problem for tomorrow. Oh wait, we can teleport to the temple. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot about that. Where does that take us into? Totally forgot about this. But should I bind myself outside? In case this is bad. Like, does this take us to a bad part of the zone? Or does this actually help us? Where the hell is this? Oh, this is a really bad place to go. This is like the opposite end of the zone. Yeah, I don't know about that. Not sure about that one. Right, folks, I'm going to go walk with Edie. I'm going to head off. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for keeping me company. I'll be back tomorrow. We got some more of this tomorrow. We're still trying to push to a level that we can do some of the raids before the end of the week. Or before, not before the end of the week, but before the end of the reset, which is Tuesday morning. So, we have tomorrow and Monday. And that's a lot. Yeah, thank you again. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good luck with whatever you're up to. And I will see you soon. Thank you, Libra. Thank you, Mythicwood. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Saram. Thank you, Gabisaur. Thank you, anyone else who's still out there. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Bite Me. Yeah, thank you, Lars. Thank you, anyone else who is still out there. I really appreciate you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.